Hello and welcome everybody to our ordinary meeting dated on the 19th of August 2020. I'd like to welcome you all to our third or fourth virtual meeting now, and we're really getting the hang of it, so I hope you enjoy. There's a lot to get through today, so we'll get straight into it. So as the meeting chair, I give my consent for this open council meeting to be streamed live, recorded and published online in accordance with council's live streaming policy and meeting procedure, Local Law 2018. The chair and or the CEO have the discretion and the authority at any time to direct the termination or interruption of the live streaming. Such direction will only be given in exceptional circumstances where deemed relevant. Circumstances may include instances where the content of debate is considered misleading, defamatory, or potentially inappropriate to be published. Attendees are advised that they may be subject to legal action if their actions result in inappropriate and or unacceptable behaviour and or comments. Thank you. Virtual meeting statement. The COVID-19 Omnibus Bill 2020 provision allows council meeting attendances by electronic means. The requirements of the meeting being open to the public is satisfied by the meeting being streamed live to council's internet. In the event of a technical issue with the live stream, the meeting will be adjourned. Councillors are deemed as being in attendance if they can hear proceedings, they can see other members in attendance and can be seen by other members, and they can be heard to speak. A friendly reminder to turn off your mobile phones. I now ask Councillor Fullerton if he could read out the statement of acknowledgement.
Thank you, Secretary. Bass Coast Council acknowledges the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people as the first Australians and recognises that they have a unique relationship with the land and the water. Council further recognises that we are situated on the land of the traditional owners, the Bunurong Boonwurrung, members of the Whelan Nation who have lived here for thousands of years. We offer our respect to their elders past, present and through them all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people wherever they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fullerton. And now I ask Councillor Whelan if he could read out the councillor statement. As soon as he turns his microphone on, that's strike number one.
Yeah, be over the fence next time. All members of this council pledge to the Bass Coast Shire community to consider every item listed on this afternoon's agenda, based on the individual merits of each item, without bias or prejudice, by maintaining an open mind and disregarding councillors' personal interest so as to avoid any conflict with our public duty. Any councillor having a conflict of interest in an item will make a proper prior disclosure to the meeting, will not participate in the debate or vote on the issue.
Thank you, Councillor Whelan. Present and apologies. We are all present and I have no apologies. Declarations of interests. I have, I believe, two. Councillor Rothfield and Councillor Brown, both for item number H1. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. Confirmation of minutes. So I ask that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 15th of July 2020 be confirmed. Can I have somebody move and second that? Councillor Ellis and seconded Councillor Fullerton. Put it to a vote. All in favour of Councillor Tsari, Ellis, Lark, Fullerton, Rothfield, Laserve, Whelan, Brown and Kent. That is carried. Item number C.2 Special Meeting held on the 29th of July 2020. I ask that the meeting of the special meeting held on the 29th of July 2020 for the hearing of submissions relating to the draft budget 2020-2021 be confirmed. Can I have somebody move and second? Councillor Ellis and seconded Councillor Kent. All in favour of Councillor Tsari, Ellis, Lark, Fullerton, Rothfield, Laserve, Whelan, Brown and Kent. Carried. So far, so good. Public question time. Okay, so we have lots and lots and lots of questions to get through today. So you don't get sick of my voice, because I get sick of my voice, I will read the questions and I will ask our CEO, Ms. Wasty, to read the answers. Okay, question number 1 is from Bernie McCoon, and the topic is heat-related deaths. More than 30 years since climate crisis became serious, here we have attached a report from World Economic Forum, Lancet, advising Australia still has no way of knowing extent of heat deaths, because such wording is not recorded to qualify cause of death. If nothing else, can Bass Coast Shire Council formally advocate that the system needs to change? Ms. Wasty.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Council has a Municipal Emergency Management Planning Committee, MEMC, that prepares the Municipal Emergency Management Plan, the MEM, for Bass Coast. Extreme temperatures heat wave has been recognised through this process, and the Bass Coast Municipal Heat Health Plan has been developed, taking into consideration regional and state level planning. The Department of Health and Human Services are responsible for implementing the heatwave plan for Victoria. Council officers will raise this concern with DHHS when the Municipal Heat Health Plan is next reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 2, Graham Jolly has 2 questions regarding council investments. Mr. Mayor, the Local Government Act 2020 became law on the 24th of March 2020. Section 103, investments, provides council's direction to invest. During the 2019-20 financial year, council meetings record shows council had investments of 43 million. On the 30th of September 2019, 36,200,000. On the 31st of December 2019, and 44,040,000. The 31st of March 2020. Would you please provide the monetary and type of investments council had as of the 30th of June 2020 and the 31st of July 2020? And part 2, Mr. Mayor, I request you inform me as to what method and process did council follow by law for approval of all investments during this time of councillors?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Investment balance as at 30th of June 2020 included $46 million in term deposits and $40,000 in shares. Investment balance as at 31st of July 2020 included $44 million in term deposits and $40,000 in shares. Council's investment policy provides the assessment criteria and delegations for the investment of council cash. The investment policy provides the Chief Financial Officer and the Manager of Finance delegated authority to invest council cash in line with the criteria set in the investment policy. The investment criteria listed in the policy includes reference to social benefits, credit rating, investment yield, and community benefit. Council are presented with confirmation of compliance with the investment policy through the quarterly financial report.
Thank you, Ms. Wasty. Number 3 is from Melissa Dagg, and it's regarding council finances. Could council please advise the cash in bank revenue amount for the 31st of March 2020? And part 2, would council please advise what meetings of councillors attend that approved investments of 43 million, 36,200,000 and 44,040,000 from a period duration 1st of July 2019 to the 31st of March 2020. Ms. Wasty.
Through the Mayor. Cash at bank at 31st of March 2020 was $5,385,072. Council's investment policy provides the assessment criteria and delegations for the investment of council cash. The investment policy provides the Chief Financial Officer and the Manager of Finance delegated authority to invest council cash in line with the criteria set in the investment policy. The investment criteria listed in the policy includes reference to social benefits, credit rating, investment yield, and community benefit. Council are presented with confirmation of compliance with the investment policy through the quarterly financial report.
Thank you. Number 4 is from Ronnie Bauer, and its topic is Cows Cultural Centre. And there's 2 parts. In view that the Cows Cultural Centre has not been destroyed yet, can council agree that the demolition of the building should wait till the new council is elected in October, so that a coordinated timeline between the demolition of the existing building and the construction of the new building be implemented? And part 2, at what stage are the architects with the plans for the new cultural centre so that tenders can be called for a proper costings and projects can be established? Ms Wasty.
Through the Mayor. All services of the existing Cows Cultural Centre have been disconnected and the internal furniture and fixtures have been removed. Demolition is forecast to commence on Monday the 24th of August. Commencing demolition at this time will detect any potential latent site issues. This will ensure that any such issues can be dealt with swiftly and in a cost-effective manner and avoid delay to the commencement of construction. A concept design report for the new Cows Cultural and Community Centre has been produced, which will be shared with community groups and facility user groups commencing next week. Once the concept is finalised, the project will enter a detailed design phase. The project schedule will call for construction tenders in early 2021. As part of the design process, a quantity surveyor regularly evaluates the design proposal to ensure the design meets council's allocated budget.
Thank you. Number 5 is from Neil Daly, and there's 2 parts, and it's regarding glyphosate. Is the council still happy with abiding by its position that council continues to maintain council-managed playgrounds and land abutting childcare facilities without the use of glyphosate-based products? And part 2, if so, when will the council introduce this management approach to other council-controlled areas requiring weed management control? And if not, why not? Ms Wasty.
Through the Mayor. Councillor adhering to the resolution of February 2017 to be glyphosate-free around playgrounds and land abutting childcare, kindergartens and schools for council-maintained properties. These areas are being maintained with a mix of glyphosate-free products and manual removal. At this stage, council will continue to use a mixture of methods, which include glyphosate, other herbicides and alternate methods for other areas such as roadsides and large open spaces. This use is conducted under strict controls. Council are also monitoring the MAV and Deakin University Weed Control Glyphosate Alternatives Research Project, which is currently underway. The project has unfortunately been paused due to COVID-19. However, if restrictions are lifted, it may be concluded by the middle of 2021. Council will then consider the findings and take the appropriate action.
Thank you. Number 6 is from Philip Dunstan, and it's regarding the San Remo skate park. Was there an analysis of data done when deciding on the siting of the proposed skate park on the foreshore in Marine Parade San Remo? If so, what were the checks and balances and who conducted the survey? Is there a copy of this available? Ms Wasty.
Through the Mayor. The Bass Coast Skate Strategy provides a facility guide which outlines the requirements for the hierarchy of skate facilities across the Shire. Following the strategy being adopted by Council, officers undertook an analysis of potential sites for the regional park based on the facility guide and the strategy's distribution modelling. Further investigations into the San Remo foreshore site resulted in it being deemed unsuitable.
Thank you. Number 7 is from Kevin Griffin as a representative of the Bass Coast Resident Ratepayers Association Public Transparency Policy. Why did Bass Coast Shire Council choose to exclude the community from participating in the development of the Public Transparency Policy? Ms Wasty.
Through the Mayor. The draft Public Transparency Policy sets out the information available to the public, how it can be accessed and the categories of information that may not be accessed as specified in the Local Government Act 2020. There is very limited scope for change. Putting a document out for consultation that cannot be changed undermines the community engagement process.
Thank you. Question 8 is also from Kevin Griffin, the Bass Coast Resident Ratepayers Association. Topic is live streaming. Does Bass Coast Shire Council now agree that the live streaming is a valuable community service which provides improved transparency and community engagement? Ms. Wasty.
Through the Mayor, Council is committed to a 6-month trial of live streaming council meetings, which is currently still underway. Due to the impacts of COVID-19, live streaming of council meetings in a virtual environment has been permitted. Council acknowledges that to date, live streaming has been a valuable method for broadcasting and communicating the council meeting process to the community and looks forward to receiving the summary of the trial in coming months.
Thank you. We now have quite a number of questions regarding a wind turbine or a wind turbine in Surf Beach. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read out all the names and all the questions, and then at the end I'll ask Ms. Wasty if she could answer and summarise, if we could please. So question or number 9 is from Ray Carson, and given the widespread community concerns regarding the proposed construction of a wind turbine in a residential area at Surf Beach, how can the council allow such a construction without proper planning approval? Number 10 is from Norma Van Rees and Anthony Fradkin, and it's 2 parts. Why does Bass Coast Council consider that the erection of a 10-metre plus industrial wind turbine needing tons of concrete to fix to the ground, which produces excessive noise well above the acceptable levels placed within metres of neighbours' bedrooms, unsuitable for a quiet residential area without a planning approval? And part 2, as this set a precedent, does council endorse the construction of multiple wind turbines in quiet residential areas of Phillip Island and the Bass Coast? Number 11, excuse me, and that's from Emmanuel and Mary Savas, and there's 2 parts. Considering the fact that no regulations or permits are required to erect wind turbines in residential areas, is council concerned that anyone has free rein to build one or more regardless of personal, property and wildlife safety? Part 2, concerned residents who wrote to council regarding the construction of an industrial wind turbine in Surf Beach received the following standard response. It is worth highlighting that none of our concerns have been addressed and in fact did not understand council's response. These are safety, electrical interference, noise, wildlife impact, and it will be the tallest structure in Surf Beach. Does council feel that the response below by council is an adequate response, or would you consider it to be a fob off? Question number 12 from Luke Cora, and it's can council explain why a permit is not required for a 10-metre structure which will protrude 3 metres higher than the allowable building height, have a visual impact on surrounding neighbours and beachgoers, have a noise impact on immediate neighbours, contribute to the death of the protected shearwater and possible other coastal birds, and create a precedence to allow anyone to erect the same structure in residential areas throughout the Shire? Number 13 is from Kay and Mohan Nair, and there's 2 parts. The owner of the property proposes to install one large wind turbine in his backyard. We have been led to believe no permit is required. Is it then permissible to install, example, 5 wind turbines on a residential block in a built-up area of Phillip Island without a permit? Is the council prepared to take the responsibility for the loss of amenity, the lower property values, and the, now I'm in trouble, the deteriorating health effects and the threats to wildlife that this possible proposed installation could cause? Number 14, from Ian Juster. Why is the council allowing the construction of an enormous industrial scale wind turbine facility in residential Surf Beach? Despite the evidence of noisy, safety, environmental and loss of amenity issues put forward by a number of rate-paying members of the local community. Number 15, and there's two parts. Council had advised that the property at Surf Beach is allowed to erect a wind turbine under 11 metres without planning or building permits. However, council regulations state that any extension to a dwelling requires a permit when there are multiple dwellings on a lot. Since a property very clearly contains two dwellings, both already powered by an enormous number of solar panels, has it been confirmed by council that there is only one dwelling on the lot with relevant approvals for this? Part 2, through discussions with the owner, it is local residents' understanding that the owner's plans to use the wind turbine as a showcase for his business. It has also been mentioned that the property was registered for research purposes, assumingly related to the wind turbine. This would be in breach of council's advice that the wind turbine would be used for residential purposes. How has the council confirmed that the property is not registered for business or commercial purposes and will not be used for business or commercial purposes? Number 16 is from Susan and David Walton. If this proposed wind turbine is allowed to be erected, what steps will be taken by council to ensure that this does not set a precedent for Phillip Island becoming one giant residential wind farm? This would surely detract from its natural beauty and could impact on tourism, livability, wildlife and general amenity. Number 17 is from Chris and Helen Broadley, and there's two parts. We are extremely concerned at the proposed construction of an industrial scale wind turbine and have the following questions for council's consideration. Have council considered the impact of nuisance from the proposed structure, including noise and vibration that will be experienced by neighbouring properties? Part 2, is the council aware that the property at Surf Beach already has 50 solar panels, and according to the erection of this wind turbine would appear to be totally unnecessary to service the property? Number 18 is from Stan and Margaret Simnett. I would like to know how council is assessing this installation to ensure the neighbourhood character of Surf Beach is not compromised now and into the future, and how its impacts upon the local and adjoining residents is being assessed to ensure no loss to their amenity and well-being. Ms Wasby.
Through the Mayor. Council acknowledges the concerns that the proposed wind turbine in South Surf Beach is causing members of the community. We are taking the feedback from the community very seriously. Through its authority and controls, such an issue would normally be addressed through the provisions of the Bass Coast Planning Scheme. Unfortunately, this is not the case with this, in this circumstance. Whilst I appreciate that this is not satisfactory for residents, we can't proceed with the planning application because of the following reasons. The land is located in the General Residential Zone, Schedule 1, pursuant to Clause 32.08 of the Bass Coast Planning Scheme. Number 2, an existing dwelling is in place on the land. Number 3, the proposed wind turbine is to be used primarily for powering the existing dwelling on the land. Number 4, the planning scheme views the wind turbine as ancillary to the dwelling on the land. Number 5, the wind turbine will be under 11 metres in height, not requiring a planning permit within the General Residential Zone, Schedule 1. The land appears to be, and number 6, the land appears to be located outside the Western Port Ramsar site boundary. Further, the output of energy from the proposed turbine is considered within acceptable parameters for domestic use. There is no evidence that it will be used for commercial purposes. We believe that it is very unfortunate that as it stands, a planning permit is not required and quite frankly is not good enough. So to this end, as CEO, I have written to senior planning directors within the state government to highlight the lack of guidance within the state standard controls and have requested amendments to planning schemes to enable council review and oversight of domestic wind turbines. I've also written to the landowner personally regarding the community concerns to ensure that the owner is well aware of the general sentiment in the community.
Thank you, Ms Wasty. Councillor Fullerton, I saw your hand up. I ask you just to be careful with how you respond.
I always do. Look, I'd just like to go out in support of our community. It may not be mentioned in the scheme and may be permitted, but it's an absurd structure proposed for a tight residential area, and to have a commercial style wind turbine right next to houses with bedrooms and whatever. When you look at what's happening in South Gippsland, where they're kilometres away and they're all screaming blue murder about those, we have to. It simply can't be allowed there. We have to find a way of fixing it. And as I said, it's absurd, and I fully support our community on it.
Thank you. Okay, question number 19 is from Paul Bickerstaff. Its topic is South Dudley Road safety. For many years, I have been complaining about the design and traffic situation at the intersection of South Dudley Road and Epsom Street to South Dudley Estate. I could see the potential of motorists using the service lane as another traffic lane, and that is exactly what is happening now. This is a safety issue for local residents. I ask you, what about our safety? What price does council value a human life? Ms Wasty.
Through the Mayor. Following recent on-site meetings with Mr Paul Bickerstaff, Council's traffic engineering team is developing a solution considering the use of line marking and other methods to improve the road safety at this location. This issue was also brought to the attention by a ward councillor. The design work is underway and community consultation will commence shortly, as explained. The intention is to improve road safety at this location for local residents and all road users. The outcome of the community consultation will inform the final design with delivery expected within this calendar year.
Thank you. Okay, so that is all of our questions. Thank you everybody for taking the time and effort to send those questions forward. I hope you are satisfied with those responses. Petitions, joint letters, deputations and correspondence. Item number E1, petition to lock down on speed, calm and traffic at Ventnor, to be introduced by Mr Sturton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This petition requests Council to consider existing traffic speeds and traffic conditions in Ventnor. The recommendation is to resolve the petition at this meeting and write to the head petitioner outlining the upcoming Bill of Island's Safer Travel Speeds initiative and invites them to contribute towards this initiative. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Sturton. Can I have somebody move and second the agenda item? Councillor Kent, and seconded Councillor Whelan. Councillor Kent.
Yes, I note that Regional Roads is looking into the whole island, and yes, I support the local community there. They're the ones that have got to live there. They're the ones that have got to put up with the speed of the vehicles, and it's their local knowledge that should be taken into account by Regional Roads in their future investigation.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Whelan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, look, I do live here and I acknowledge it's a problem. Made a submission to Vic Road some years ago on an issue like this and it was just battered away. So they haven't been responsive in the past and I'm pleased that they've changed that approach. And I note the comments from the officer about these petitioners being invited to be key stakeholders. There's a lot of key stakeholders. We must make sure we make, everyone knows about this. We've been lobbied by other people that are doing work in relation to speed limits and animal kills and that sort of thing. So we say towards the end of October, we're getting mighty, end of August, we're getting mighty close to that. So do we have a date would be my question. And also to make sure we give these people a link into the Vic Roads thing. I'd ask that they be things we undertake to do as well.
Thank you, Councillor Whelan. Would anyone else like to speak to or against this recommendation? No? Yep, Councillor Lark.
I travel to Ventnor often, and I find generally the road system is a very poor standard. The quality of the roads, the quality of the surfacing, apart from traffic calming and speed, I think the overall area needs looking at with a view to upgrade in the years to come.
Thank you, Councillor Lark. Anybody else like to speak to or against? No? Councillor Kent, would you like to close or put it to a vote?
Just put it to a vote, thanks.
Thank you. All in favour of the recommendation as it reads? Councillor Tassari, Ellis, Lark, Fullerton, Rothfield, Laserve, Whelan, Brown and Kent. Carried. Item number H2, petition to be fund transitional housing and encourage accessible and affordable development, to be introduced by Ms Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This report recommends that the petition be received and that it is used to inform Council's West Coast housing strategy, which is included in the draft 2021 budget. Council is committed to this essential work and, subject to the approved budget, will engage with the community, our partner organisations and relevant groups throughout the 2021 financial year to complete a housing strategy. This strategy would address the issues raised in the petition, including options for funding and delivery models to meet the diverse range of housing needs in the West Coast community. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Ms Kennedy, and I correct myself and thank you for that little prompt. It's item number E2, not H2, so thank you for that. Would anybody like to move and second the recommendation as it reads? Councillor Ellis and seconded Councillor Whelan. Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, Mayor Tassari. Sorry about that. I didn't realise I was muted. This petition represents growing concern amongst the community that there are an increasing number of homeless people and also people struggling to afford housing. It also represents the efforts of a very concerned group that has been very active for a few months to try and do something about this, and they are happy to work with council and provide advice and also perhaps do some funding as well. Anyway, I commend this petition.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis. Councillor Whelan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yes, I also support the petition being adopted and the work that the officers are doing on affordable housing, and I'd like to think that within the next year we'll see some serious results as a result of that work that I know that's going on. This is underlined by the problems we've got with COVID now. It exposes the sorts of problems we've got in our community, more so than what they were even before. And we'll deal later with the climate emergency, and it's again these vulnerable people that are more exposed to those issues that arise in climate change. This is an urgent issue, and it's a fairly pervasive issue. So I commend the work that the officers are doing.
Thank you, Councillor Whelan. Would anyone else like to speak to or against the recommendation? Councillor Kent.
My own personal view is I fully support this petition. I would like to see developers of large development area take ownership of this too. I believe that they should be stepping forward within the community. They're probably making some reasonable money out of these large estates, and I believe that my own personal belief is that they should be offering a certain amount of blocks at a reasonable price for people like Salvo Care and so forth. I go on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Would anyone else like to speak to or against this recommendation? Councillor Fullerton.
I'd certainly like to speak against Councillor Kent's comment there. That's quite bizarre. To have an estate it has to be dependent on the location. You can't just have a mandatory rule that an area
No.
is split up with cheap blocks of land. I don't get that, but or an area for that. But yeah, look, we need to determine the areas first. It's not a case of just making a mandatory rule. And I'd hate to see affordable housing built on the outlying estates where people generally may not have transport or anything. So, yep. Sorry, Bruce.
Councillor Foote. Would anyone else like to speak to or against this recommendation? No. Councillor Ellis, would you like to close or put it to a vote?
I'd just like to briefly say that every conversation I've entered into with our officers and also representatives of this group has been around having affordable housing on the edge of town within walking distance of the shops and facilities and that. I don't think our plan is to create some sort of outland for homeless people. Yeah, I'll put it to the vote if that's okay with you, Councillor Tazari.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis. All in favour of the recommendation as it reads. Councillor Tassari, Ellis, Lark, Fullerton, Rothfield, Lasserve, Whelan, Brown and Kent. Carried. Okay, that brings us to notices of motion. So item number F1, and that is to be introduced by Councillor Whelan. If you could read your motion without speaking to it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council one note that a person was recently knocked from their bicycle whilst riding on the Thompson Avenue bikeway recently, and the police and ambulance were required to attend. That there are reports from the community of regular minor incidents along this bikeway. Reaffirms its commitment to active transport and prepares a review of the safety of the cycling infrastructure along Thompson Avenue, Cows, and prepare a report to council on the work required to provide safe cycling in Cows.
Thank you, Councillor Whelan. Can I have somebody second that motion? Councillor Lasserve. Okay, you may now speak to your motion, Councillor Whelan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I said, there was an accident recently where a woman was knocked off her bike by a car, nipping into a car park. She was trapped in the bicycle lane, and that's a tragedy in its own right. But it's more of a tragedy because the way the infrastructure is set up there causes this to happen. Councillor Rothfield and I were at the town square after a function some months ago when we saw a car back out from the angle parking and nearly knock over a pedestrian. It was so close, and I don't think either of them realised how close it was. It's dangerous the way we've got it there, and I'd rather that we do something before we're fronting up to a funeral with a bunch of flowers and a letter of apology. So we need to get on with this. The Cows Activity Centre plan allows for the bike paths to be put between the parking and the footpath, and that's what should happen. That would make it much safer. The Totally Renewable Phillip Island recently released a safer cycling report calling on council to start preparing our infrastructure. I note the comments of Councillor Lark earlier about the state of our roads. They're not safe for people to ride on. Since the COVID pandemic, many people have indicated they'd like to be using their bikes more, and that's what we need under active transport and contributing towards a better climate. But it's not safe to do so. We need to change that. And I think that's important. And we need to be looking at major infrastructure and lobbying government, for example, for a pathway from Cows to the Nobby so people can get around the island more efficiently. Very pleased that the Island Ward Council has put forward the settlement we were lobbied on about the unsafe conditions on Settlement Road for kids going to school on their bikes. And hopefully later on today, council will approve that being rectified. So what we're really asking for here is that we give it far greater consideration in future budgets for improving our cycling infrastructure and making it safe, and also that we elevate it in terms of our advocacy to government for funding for those major pathways. And I think one can reasonably say that this isn't just a Phillip Island issue. I think we share it across Bass Coast.
Thank you, Councillor Whelan. Councillor Lasserve.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councillor Whelan, you're right, it is a Bass Coast-wide problem, and you see it every single day now with people getting out and about on their bikes. This COVID is impacted on. I think it's really a common sense approach. I've seen them and shuddered when I've seen people riding their bikes along those lanes. I have family members who have been knocked off their bikes in Melbourne with coming along when people open their car doors and take out a bike rider. So I think this really is a common sense approach. It's been identified and we should act on it as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Sir. Councillor Rothfield.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yes, I absolutely support this notice of motion. I am aware of the South Melbourne situation there. They had a very similar setup as what we do in Thompson Avenue. Incredibly dangerous for reversing cars when you've got that sort of parking. And they redid their bike paths, and it works really well today. And we should be absolutely taking a leaf out of their book and doing them.
Thank you, Councillor Rothfield. Anyone else like to speak to or against this? Councillor Fullerton.
Thank you. Yeah, look, I thank Councillor Whelan for highlighting the issue. The problem is it's a very, very expensive alteration because the cypress trees are there. The path at the moment, I look down on probably too much all day, runs right beside the base of the cypress trees. Well, the only option is to put it the other side of the trees, as Councillor Whelan mentioned, but there's a massive alteration to the whole drainage infrastructure, the footpath, everything there. So look, the design, or a preliminary design, was already prepared in the Cows Activity Centre plan and recommending it, but something which is certainly going to be a massive budgetary constraint to do. So I support the sentiment of it, but the practical side and the physical construction, certainly not an easy solution.
Thank you, Councillor Fullerton. Would anyone else like to speak to or against the notice of motion? Councillor Kent.
Just a quick one. I fully support this motion. What I'd like to add is it mentions about the safe storage of bikes at the Transit Centre. I've seen a huge increase of electric powered vehicles, bikes, so I would definitely like to see charging facilities in that storage area too, to accommodate the electric bikes and also electric wheelchairs for our people.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Would anyone else like to speak to or against this recommendation, this notice of motion, I should say? No. Councillor Whelan, would you like to close or put it to a vote?
Just quickly, I'd like to acknowledge some of the great ideas there, and bike parking is a particularly important issue. And I do acknowledge, and in no way do I want to see any damage to the cypress trees, but I think that's for engineers to solve that particular problem, and I believe they can do so. And I want to acknowledge the officers too at the release of the safer cycling strategy that Totally Renewable Phillip Island put out, that they came along, they engaged, and I think we're in really good hands there. So I'm really only raising this for something that we're really aware of it going forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Whelan. We'll put it to a vote. All in favour of the notice of motion as it reads. Councillor Tassari, Ellis, Lark, Fullerton, Rothfield, Lasserve, Whelan, Brown, Kent. Carried. Item number F2, Kilcunda Skate Park, to be presented. Read your motion, Councillor Kent, without speaking to.
Thank you, Mayor. My motion is that Council prioritise the Kilcunda local facility, skate park facility, ahead of the regional skate park strategy in response to community feedback. And also we apply to Sport and Recreation Victoria to extend funding agreement for the regional skate park for another 12 months.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Can I have somebody second that notice of motion? Councillor Rothfield, you may now speak to your notice of motion, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Councillor Rothfield. This is basically, we currently have a regional skate park strategy that puts it at number 1. We all acknowledge that there has been issues with the regional skate park strategy in looking at locations and so forth. We have been granted a huge amount of money from the state government, and I would not like us to lose this money. And so I'm asking that we apply to the state government to extend the funding agreement to May so that we can overcome and resolve current location issues. But at the same time, we need to move on too. And the Kilcunda local community involved with skate parks has been very vocal, and that group would like to see a regional skate park in Kilcunda. We currently have money put aside for that planning stage, and I feel that we should move along with the planning. It's been shown that if you have shovel-ready activities, that we may be able to take on board money offered in the future, hopefully by state or government groups. And look, I just want to address the needs of the Kilcunda community there and be ready to go with this. And my ultimate would be for this to be addressed at a local budget for the actual construction of the park. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Rothfield.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I support this. We do have priorities in regards to the skate park strategy. And as Councillor Kent said, yes, there has been issues in regards to where the regional park should be. And we haven't yet resolved those as far as I'm concerned. I think that it's a sad thing to hold up all development of the local skate parks because of that. And let's face it, Kilcunda is actually really in the middle of the Shire. So it's not just going to service the local Kilcunda community. There'll be a lot of kids actually enjoying that. So I absolutely support this, and I think I'd like to see it happen sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Councillor Rothfield. Councillor Lasser.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I support this notice of motion. Kilcunda, right from the very early days, Kilcunda were really behind the push to develop the skate strategy. They were very active in that space, as some of the councillors who attended those meetings can attest to. So I think that it's really important. What happened was with the regional skate park was put forward, and Kilcunda was about the third on the list. We got Granville done, and there was some works done at Coronella, and I think earlier in the piece at Coronet Bay. So Kilcunda kind of got pushed to the side. Look, and I think that they deserve the money that's in the reserve for them. It's about 42,000 for the design, and we need to bring this project on for that community. That being said, we need to also lobby Vic Roads or Regional Roads Victoria to have better access across that highway to make it accessible for that community for us, and then for people to migrate back and forwards to the shop. So I support it.
Thank you, Councillor Lasser. Councillor Brown.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say well done to Councillor Kent for drawing up this notice of motion and trying to cut through all the bureaucracy surrounding this and to get it back on track. So, I mean, we've had issues with the regional skate park. We've got a whole strategy for skate park upgrades across the Shire. So well done to Councillor Kent and the other councillors who are listening to their community and, you know, trying to push it forward and get it done. We do need projects like this to be shovel ready. Kilcunda is not that far from Wonthaggi, so we'll have a few kids go over there and use it as well. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Would anyone else like to speak to or against this recommendation? Councillor Fullerton. Notice the motion, so recommendation.
Yeah, could I just ask a question first? Has Councillor Kent, or is there a location in mind? Because my understanding is that the any siting near the on the ocean side of the main road is ruled out because of the safety issues. So, is there any sites available that we're looking at in Kilcunda itself, or are we going back to that side?
You're seeking clarification from Councillor Kent. Councillor Kent.
Yes, for safety reasons, that was included as one of the reasons we wouldn't look at that location for a regional park. Taking into consideration transparency and consultation with the local community, I would believe they will have the ones to address their concerns in regards to a local facility, not a regional facility.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Fullerton, would you like to add anything else?
No, that's all. My understanding was that didn't matter whether it was local, regional or district or whatever. It just, it was too dangerous a location there to have kids crossing the road, but maybe I missed something earlier.
Possibly Councillor Fullerton. Anyone else like to speak to or against this recommendation? Councillor Ellis.
Just to answer the question of getting across the road there, Rural Roads Victoria is doing a lot of work in that area to put in some safety treatments. And I was there 3 weeks ago when they were actually doing core samples on the edge of the road to make it much safer to get across there. And I think that would be well in place before we do any building of the skate park there.
Thank you, Councillor
Thank you.
Ellis. Would anyone else like to speak to or against this notice of motion? No? Councillor Kent, would you like to close or put it to a vote?
Just a quick clarification for all. The community that has approached me for a local facility. They have never entered into communication about a regional centre being there. Just to make that clear to the public out there. Well, let's have a vote.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. We'll put it to a vote. All in favour of the notice of motion put forward. Councillor Tassari, Ellis, Lark, Fullerton, Rothfield, Lacerda, Whelan, Brown and Kent. Carried. Okay, so that is the end of our notices of motion. So then we come to now the Mayor and Councillors report, and that has been normal for our virtual meetings. All councillors will or have sent through their busy schedules and will be listed online. But I would ask Councillor Lacerda if she would like to speak on behalf of the council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to present a veil to Anwen Martin. She was Anwen Martin near Long. So she was born on the 4th of the 12th, 1933, and she passed away peacefully at Bansfield's Aged Care House facility on the 23rd of the 7th this year. She was a very long-standing resident of Coronella and a much loved wife of the late Bill Martin. Anwen will certainly be missed by her family, her friends and her community. She certainly was admired by many and has left a great legacy in the community from her commitments to the community work she did. Anwen was a respected scientist. She was very passionate about the environment. She also ran a small beef cattle farm, so she saw herself as a farmer. She was a long-time member of Bass Coast Land Care, and she respected the land greatly and the environment. When I first met Anwen many years ago, I asked her if she'd come on board to a committee and be the president. And she responded to me, you know, I'm a scientist, what will I do with these people? She was respected in her work in the community, but also as a political activist, where she championed the cause, the rights and the empowerment for women. She had a great sense of humour. I'd call it a dry sense of humour. She was actively involved in a lot of boards and committees and on campaigns over many years locally. I can't speak for the work that she did in Melbourne before she moved down here in the 70s, but she was very passionate about the advancement of women, as I said, and she was a very politically minded woman who would, she herself stood as a candidate in 1988 state election as a Labor member trying to, as a campaign. She liked her politics and she shared her views freely with you if you asked her. I often questioned her about all political levels of government, and all she would respond was, well, get on with it. She was a life member of many organisations and held many executive positions, being a member of the local ALP branch, Birdlife Bass Coast, Coronella and District Community Centre, Coronella Art Show, Coronella Foreshore Committee, Bass Valley Community Centre and Bass Valley Historical Society, Coronella Cemetery and Bass Valley Land Care, and many others. So I won't read out all the committees she was on because she certainly on a lot. She was awarded the Bass Coast Citizen of the Year Award in 2003, a much deserved award for the recognition and dedication to the work she did within the community. She's a very strong-willed person, but she often found herself in times of controversy. She loved the work she did. She did it. She often responded, you know, without her work on committees, as a voluntary work on committees, she would have nothing. She was on her own. What made her get out of bed every day? But she found it her way of socialising. But I must reflect on one thing, that she was much loved her Western Port area and the protection of the area within Western Port, and she loved her local history, being the president of the local Valley Historical Society for many, many years. And I approached her when we had our ward boundary changes and asked her what does she think about the government's recommendation to change the wards from, it was the Ledbetter ward, but to change it to the Western Port ward. Well, apart from the fact that she nearly flipped out, I told her she better lobby the government, because it was intended that the boundary of the Western Port would be included in one word. Her response, and this was in 2015, she just sent me back an email saying it was confusing. Many people refer to Western Port as Western Port, which is incorrect. The Western Port, like Western Port Plumbers, Western Port Water. And I won't read the extent of the 3-page email she sent me, but Western Port is a circular area of water 32 kilometres across, indenting the south coast of Victoria. And yeah, she goes on to say many things about Western Port and why George Bass came here when he left with Botany Bay. So I will include these in the minutes. She certainly will be missed, and all I can say to her family, her fellow community members, is rest in peace, Emily. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Claire. Oops, thank you, Councillor Lasserve. Okay, that brings us to item number H1, adoption of the 2020-2021 annual budget, to be introduced by Ms. Wasty.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of this report is to adopt the 2020...
Oh, hang on, Ms. Wasty. Sorry, before you go any further, I asked Councillor Rothfield and Councillor Brown if they could please leave the room, and we will contact you shortly. So, right. Okay, now Ms. Wasty, if you could please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of this report is to adopt the 2020-21 annual budget following the hearing of submissions received under Section 223 of the Local Government Act. Highlights of the budget include funding for the planning and/or design of a number of significant projects that will deliver tangible benefits to current and future generations. This includes the following projects: aquatics planning and design, detailed design of the Cows Cultural and Community Centre, Bass Coast Dinosaur Trail Master Plan, strategic positioning of Wonthaggi to support future growth, Wonthaggi Secondary College Senior Campus Structure Plan, Wonthaggi North East Precinct Structure Plan, Gap Road Feasibility Assessment, and planning for the proposed Phillip Island transfer station. The budget funds the initial construction stage of the new Cows Cultural and Community Centre, as well as a number of significant works that will have enduring benefits. These include Wonthaggi Guide Park improvements, Darlston Netball Court and Toilet Pavilion upgrade, initial funding of $500,000 to progress high priority actions arising from the Climate Change Action Plan. Wonthaggi Activity Centre Plan priorities. Council has allocated funding for some minor capital projects that have demonstrated community support and increased its funding for the Footpath Gaps program by a further $175,000. Full details of these changes are set out in the budget paper. Council's budget has been delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This has enabled Council to carry out a robust review of its financial settings for the 2020-21 budget with a focus on fiscal discipline and accompanying cost containment. The impact on the community from the pandemic has been at the forefront of the budget review, and savings from this review diverted to fund further financial support and inject economic stimulus into the local economy. These measures, which build on the initial community grants program funded in the 2019-20 year, include freezing rates and fees and charges increases for the 2020-21 financial year, a full year waiver of business signage, footpath trading and liquor licence fees, 3 months rent relief to council lessees, $40,000 for business and event recovery support, fast-tracking a number of strategic initiatives and capital works in order to stimulate the economy. The budget importantly retains a focus on the delivery of projects aligned to the vision of the Council Plan 2017 to 2021. We expect to increase the record $28 million capital program during the financial year as Council takes advantage of new external funding opportunities from the state and Commonwealth government, which it has successfully advocated for access to. These will enable the delivery of additional infrastructure and sporting facility upgrades, mitigate some climate change impacts, and improve the employment outlook for local residents. The record $28 million capital program will fund significant public realm improvements, as well as capital upgrades and renewal of Council's infrastructure network. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Ms Wasey. Can I have a mover and a seconder? We've got Councillor Laserd and second, Councillor Kent. Councillor Laserd.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I endorse the budget and I'm happy to move it as it is. I think this budget represents, this budget responds to the operational impacts of the COVID crisis. And I believe, and thank the officers and the CEO and councillors for helping to work through some of those issues with the community. The council, I believe, must build on economic recovery package to enable Bass Coast to recover in the best possible way. I know ratepayers loathe paying rates, but council is a service delivery model and we must provide direct relief to the community and stimulate the local economy through project spending, critical services and public amenity. Council must continue to provide employment opportunities. This budget offers a record capital works program of $28 million. The community continue to seek efficiencies from council in all operational matters, and I believe that that should be ongoing. Council has enabled the through the COVID-19 hardship policy, which was adopted in May this year, and I would direct people to contact council for assistance to have to assess their rate relief. Council has allocated $965,000 to the response recovery package in April, and we saw the uptake of that and the importance of such a stimulus package to the community. I would like to speak for the agricultural community and say that the 80% differential rate is still included, and the rural land rebate is to be retained. That is $634,000. And that's still retained in the budget. These are a very important aspect of our rating system. The farming community lobbied for further reductions. However, the rate review was put aside due to the COVID crisis. A future rating review will still need to be considered to address the issues that were raised. I do know that the rest of the community value our farming community because we like the amenity that they create, they own it, and they pay rates on it, and that's about 90% of our land holdings in Bass Coast. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Sir, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mayor. Between Councillor Leserve and the CEO, I don't think they leave me much. This budget, as all budgets, is based on what we have planned to achieve throughout the next year. A record capital expenditure. We can't get away from the fact that we've increased our rate cap by 2%, which I fully support. Without this rate increase, we would not be able to achieve the expenditure that we have planned. We have been praised by the state government in regard to us maintaining our workforce within the council. And I would suggest that the state government has looked at us favourably in doing that. Any cuts in our budget, in my opinion, will affect our employment of our people. I commend the officers for putting together this budget. I also pick up on the fact that we have produced 2.8 million in fee relief, but it doesn't address everybody in the community. And this is why I press upon these community members, you must speak to us, you must speak to the council. Let's see what we can do for you. Not everybody fits into that same box, all right? And we will look at you as individuals if you come to us. We're here for the community. We want to assist the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Ellis.
Just to complete the Western Ward councillor trifecta, I just want to point out that this budget continues our commitment to land care. The $130,000 that's going to go towards affordable housing and investigation of options in that area is very much appreciated by a very concerned community. And just to highlight the fact that it's Science Week, and we mentioned Amwin Martin, the well-known scientist, earlier, I just want to point out the funding for the master plan for the dinosaur trail, which builds on the very hard work and commitment that paleontologist Mike Cleland has put into this over the years, and has been recognised from far afield as Western Australia, where there is interest in what we're doing. And having discussed the dinosaur trail with concerned communities across from San Remo to Harmers Haven, I'll point out that this isn't another trail. This is going to be a great addition to the Yallock Bullock Trail, and will give some landmarks and points of interest to people along the road. Just want to, and like I said, to all those scientists and scientifically minded people out there, have a good week. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis. Would anyone else like to speak to or against this recommendation? No? Okay. 11th hour, Councillor Lark. Councillor Lark.
Firstly, let me again compliment our Chief Financial Officer and team for the work that they have done in constructing the 2020-21 budget. A very challenging task indeed. That said, whilst I acknowledge significant progress has been made, I reiterate there is still need for further structural reform of Council's financial outcomes and accounting practices, and resolution of remaining legacy issues to ensure greater accountability. Insofar as the budget 2020-21 under consideration, my main concern is the waste charge and the model underpinning that charge. I have long held the view that an independent expert opinion is warranted to review and sign off on the waste charge model. I further suggest it is imperative that this matter should be listed as high risk with Council's Audit and Risk Management Committee from a reputational and financial risk perspective. However, before we move on, I wish to propose an amendment to the motion currently under deliberation, which I will now read. And if that could be shown on screen, please. In essence, it involves insertion of clause 3 as follows, which I will read. Reduce the draft annual budget operating expenditure for 2020-21 by 1%. 3.1, that 500,000 of the estimated operating expenditure cost savings be allocated to a business resilience grants new program, specifically targeting businesses most impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, and with gross revenue for the financial year ended 30th of June 2020 amounting to no more than $125,000. Whilst the onus will be on the business operator to demonstrate they have been financially impacted by COVID-19, preference will be given to businesses from the most significantly affected sectors, including but not limited to tourism and events, hospitality, creative industries, including the arts, health and well-being. The maximum grant shall be no more than $5,000, subject to the following qualifications. Eligible business applicants who are unsuccessful in Council's business and community resilience grants program may apply. Eligible business applicants who are successful in Council's business and community resilience grants program and who receive less than $5,000 may apply for an amount equivalent to the difference between what they received and $5,000. Business applicants who are successful in Council's business and community resilience grants program and who receive $5,000 or more are ineligible. The applicant's business is located and operates exclusively within Bass Coast. And finally, fine-tuning of previous business support guidelines and customised specifically for the Business Resilience Grants new program. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I put that amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Lark.
Since I
Sorry.
moved,
Sorry, Councillor Sir.
considering that I moved the first the recommendation,
If I can, Councillor Serve, I'll just take a second to adjourn this meeting while I consider the amendment put forward by Councillor Lark. So if we could all just hold still for 2 seconds, and I ask for an adjournment for a second. Thank you, Councillor Lark, for that amendment to item number H1. I am not going to allow that as an amendment under clause number 34.1. Subject to clause 34.3, a motion which has been moved and seconded may be amended by leaving out, inserting or adding words, which words must be relevant to the subject of the motion and does not change the intent. And item number 34.2, an amendment must not contradict the motion or change the substance of the motion. I thank you, Councillor Lark, for the work put into your amendment, and I encourage you to, if you want to continue, to put forward a foreshadowed motion. Thank you. We now continue the debate on the original motion. Would anyone else like to speak to or against the recommendation? No? Okay, I'll go to you, Councillor Lasserve, to finish or put it to a vote.
Just a quick finish on it, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to thank the people who did do submissions. It was one thing that we've done over the years is call for people, and often you don't get a big response, but we did this time, which was very pleasing, with 31 people putting in submissions, and we did have a panel hearing regarding those. I'd like to reiterate that further continuing, we will continue to have further efficiencies within the organisation as something that all councillors of us really is a very important part of their position, to continue that discussion with the organisation. And Councillor Lark, just in considering what you presented was, you know, I think we'd have to take that offline and have a discussion about new programs being brought into the budget, like into the next, as we move forward through this COVID time. And I look forward to also including other aspects of the Shire, not just tourism, hospitality, and that we know those people have certainly suffered, but so have all businesses, farming community, etc. So I put the recommendation to my fellow councillors. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lasserve. All in favour of the recommendation as it reads? Councillor Tassari, Alice, Lark, Fullerton, Lasserve, Whelan and Kent. Carried. If we could now pause for a second while we contact Councillor Brown and Councillor Rothfield to re-enter the meeting. Welcome back, Councillor Rothfield.
Thank you. Lunch was great.
That's just nasty. I'll just remind everybody that we are still live while we wait for Councillor Brown. Welcome back, Councillor Brown. Could I just ask that you can hear and see everybody?
Yes, I can.
Thank you, councillor Brown. All right, item number H2, planning application 190137 to be presented by Mr. Sturton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of this report is to present an application to develop the land for the purposes of a single dwelling at 31 Silverleaves Avenue, Silverleaves. Planning permit is required as the land is subject to a land subject to inundation overlay. The application has been referred to Melbourne Water, who have given their approval to the proposal under this overlay. This application was deferred at Council's ordinary meeting in July 2020, requesting further clarification to the amended plans. This clarification has been received, which satisfied the permit requirements. The application has been assessed against the Bass Coast Planning Scheme, and it is recommended that Council resolve to issue a notice of decision to grant a planning permit for 31 Silverleaves Avenue, Silverleaves. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Sturton. Can I have somebody move and second the recommendation as it reads? Councillor Fullerton, and seconded. Just got in there. Councillor Oliver, just. Councillor Fullerton, would you like to speak too?
I would, Mr. Mayor. Look, I reluctantly move it. I think this whole application has been very poorly handled, the application was very poor, the details were poor, and the process has been poor right through. As I pointed out last time, there was a serious discrepancy in the heights of the building, the required floor level, the actual survey plan, the instructions that went back from council were pretty untidy. But the issue now, to achieve what they're required to do, which is the 7 metre height limit, they've simply reduced the ground floor to 2.1 or 2.2 metres, I think it is. So I don't know that that's even allowable under the code, but without holding it up any further, if we allow it to go through, they've simply got to work it. They've got an absolute minimum ceiling height up top, an inferior ceiling height down below. So yeah, I don't. It's really twisting the whole system. But they've got a maximum building height that they have to work to, which is 7 metres above the natural ground in any one spot, which they seem to have achieved. But for mine, it's just been bodged to achieve that.
Thank you, Councillor Fullerton. Councillor Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question to the officer, Mr. Sturton, if that's possible. I believe that's who would respond to this. Just on page 36 of the agenda, where it states that this application seeks to construct a dwelling on the land generally in accordance with the amended plans received on. I really have a problem with the word generally in accordance with the amended plans. Is there a difference between the amended plans and they stick to it, or generally it's a bit of a grey area and it can be manipulated to suit the situation? Mr. Sturton.
Very, Mr. Mayor, just terminology that's being used. So the amended plans meet the permit requirements in this instance. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Sturton.
Nothing else. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Oliver. Would anyone else like to speak to or against this recommendation? No. Councillor Whelan.
Nearly strike two. I'd just like to say that I won't be supporting this. I find that I just find incredible problems with the way we just blithely recommend development in land in areas that are subject to inundation. And while I do acknowledge Melbourne Water's advice, I don't think they're really stepping up on these issues, and I don't think we're getting the leadership from either them or from the state government in relation to how we do deal with areas subject to inundation, and I'm not happy at all with that. This area is very close to the beach. It's in an area that's we've been East Cows, not far from East Cows, where we've been working hard to get remedies for the incredible erosion problems that are occurring there. While this place tends at this stage to be protected by a big sand node, that is moving down the coast. And I think in time, what we're doing here is building a latent liability for council. And it was only second-hand, but the comments of our federal member were told to me that erosion's our problem. We approve those developments, therefore erosion's our problem. Well, you know, we keep approving and we only grow that problem. This development on this site does not meet our newly adopted drainage standards. And I do take the nuance that is really applying to subdivisions, but nonetheless, we are allowing the bad decisions of the past to just continue because we made bad decisions in the past. Well, I'm afraid I don't really, can't in my conscience subscribe to that. And I think these reports, these planning reports are a joke. The town has substantial vegetation cover, meandering roads and no formal footpaths. These elements all contribute to a secluded coastal character. That is being destroyed by these sorts of developments. So as soon as we approve this, all the trees are chopped down. If you go down to Silverleaves, it's being devastated. Trees have been chopped down left, right and centre. And these permits, as of right, under the 1030 rule, allow them to chop down more trees. So sorry, no, I can't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Whelan. Councillor Brown.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I certainly take what Councillor Fullerton said about, you know, reducing the height, but you know, changing the ceiling height on the first level. There's certainly issues around that. There's the issue of being in a land subject to inundation overlay. Yeah, the property sits within that, but then so does most, if not all, of Silverleaves. I don't know the applicant, but if the applicant stood in the middle of his or her block and turned around and did a 360, they'd see houses everywhere, and they'd be asking, well, why can't I develop my block as well? And it's a genuine question.
It is.
And you know, look, I understand what we're saying. It is in that area, but I mean, most of Silverleaves has been developed that way. It's an existing settlement. We're not creating a new settlement here, so it's problematic, but it's understandable. And same with the vegetation. I mean, you know, Silverleaves residents, they love their vegetation, and rightfully so. And a lot of the blocks have kept a lot of their vegetation. I mean, the reality is, if this guy develops his block, he's going to have to cut down some trees for the footprint. And again, I know a lot of people have objected about that, but if he does a 360 standing on his block, you'll see that most of the blocks have had vegetation removed. So I hope he keeps as much as possible, but I understand what other councillors are saying at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Ellis.
Councillor Whelan's words resonated very heavily for me, and I was going to let him say what I was thinking, but I'll just add that if other levels of government are going to tell us that we have to live with the consequences of what we approve, and we have to approve things under the planning scheme, it's time that things changed. We recently, 3 months ago, we approved a housing development in Jamjerrip, which is on the top of a cliff that is being eroded. And DELT have a report to say that that road will be washed away in 2 years if action isn't taken. I think basically we need to get smart. If people are going to tell us that we have to bear the financial burden of approving these places, we need to think about not approving them, even though the planning scheme says that we have to. We need to start acting rationally rather than under the direction of other areas of government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mayor. I concur with what Councillor Brown has stated. This has been a huge issue for the Island Ward councillors, but I have to have my own opinion in regards to, I know what this applicant will do if he doesn't achieve a satisfactory outcome here today for him. And that's open to every applicant to take action. I concur in regards to, we do an aerial view and this block is surrounded by basically 90% of the estate down there, or even more would already be built on. And each of those blocks, I would suggest, have had, I'll take a guess, 300 square metres of vegetation removed to build their houses on their blocks. I'm not saying it's right to do, but it's been done by all these people, and this person now owns this block of land and they want to build their dream home. And I have to take that into consideration too. The other councillors have made some really good points about the state government, you know, taking a bit of responsibility here, and that work's being pushed back onto us. But I have to consider that this is a planning permit, not a building permit application. And that's the consideration I'll be making today.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Rothfield.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Could I just have a clarification on something that's in the report, page 37, that there's no appeal rights available to VCAT following the determination of this application. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. Yes.
Was that a yes?
Correct. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so that puts us in a little bit of an invidious situation. If only we could turn back time, if only we could turn back time and not have anything developed in Silverleaves, but we haven't. We've got a whole housing estate there, and this is one particular block. I mean, whilst I absolutely am against the decimation of the vegetation, I don't think we can single out one block and just say you can't build a house here. I don't think it's right morally. I don't think it's right. Even though it goes against a whole lot of things. And if only we had, as I say, thought about this, knew about climate change when Silverleaves was being developed, and could do something about it to mitigate the onset of what is going to happen to Silverleaves in the next 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rothfield. And for an extra point, who sung the song, if I could turn back time?
Was it...
Good.
yeah.
Okay, sorry, I just couldn't help that. Anyone else like to speak to or against this recommendation? No, I go to you, Councillor Fullerton, to close or put it to a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Sari. Look, I reluctantly move the recommendation. I agree with a lot of what Councillor Whelan had to say, and others. I didn't pick up on the bit that VCAT couldn't decide, so I was unaware of that one. But my point was going to be that given the whole estate is almost built on now, VCAT, if it were taken to VCAT, they'd certainly approve it. But I'm reluctant to put my name to something which clearly has to be continued to be redesigned and negotiated. But yeah, I won't go on about it. I'll have the recommendation put.
Thank you, Councillor Fullerton. All in favour of the recommendation as it reads. Councillor Tassari, Lark, Fullerton, Laserve, Kent, Rothfield, Brown. Carried. Oh, sorry, no, against. Councillor Ellis and Councillor Whelan. Carried. Sorry for that, getting ahead of myself. Item number H3, planning application 190293. Mr. Sturton to introduce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of this report is to present an application to remove vegetation and develop the land for the purposes of a single dwelling at 58 Bruce Road, Silverleaves. The proposal triggers the need for a planning permit under the Land Subject to Inundation Overlay, Vegetation Protection Overlay, Bushfire Management Overlay, and the Design and Development Overlay. The application was advertised and received 7 objections. The objections focused upon a proposed workshop in the front setback, neighbourhood character, and vegetation removal. Amended plans have been received following notice, which removed the proposed workshop, reduced concrete pavement to a permeable surface, and amended the finished floor level of the ground floor. The application has been referred to Melbourne Water and the Country Fire Authority, who have both given their approval. The application has been assessed against the Bass Coast Planning Scheme. It is recommended that Council resolve to issue a notice of decision to grant a planning permit for 58 Bruce Road, Silverleaves. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Sturton. Can I have somebody move and second that recommendation? Councillor Fullerton. And second. So you're on mute, Councillor Fullerton. That's strike one against you, Councillor Fullerton. How long have we been doing this now, Councillor Lark? 4 months we've been doing this.
Sorry, Councillor Lark. I'd like to move an alternative that the matter be deferred, and I'd like to discuss it.
So you're putting forward an alternative, Councillor
Yes.
Fullerton? Okay. So Councillor Fullerton would like to put forward an alternative. Can we put that up on screen? Not that one.
I'll second that.
You'll second that. Okay, so we have a seconder. So Councillor Fullerton, you may now speak to your alternative.
Yeah, look, for one, I'm stunned that the recommendation is to approve it when the plans are so clearly wrong. The building is shown with a 7.5 metre height above natural ground, with a floor height which is 900 millimetres below the required 3.1 AHT height. That means the building's 8.5 metres high. I don't get it. I understand that they're looking at submitting alternative plans, deleting the ground floor, which I haven't seen, so there's nothing we can vote on here. And I heard a suggestion maybe the garage was being left underneath, but I don't know how you can get a garage in 1.6 metres in height, but maybe they've got a little car. There's serious issues with this whole application. It's a bushfire management overlay, and they've shown a butterfly roof on it, which is simply a depository for leaves. At that height, you simply can't get up there to clean it out. I'd hate to have a bushfire with such a fire source on top. The whole application flies in the face of everything we're trying to do. It's in a particularly sensitive area. The house is anything but sensitive in design to the area or to the particular land. So I'd certainly like it deferred now and be seriously reconsidered by our planning department to have a very open look at what's actually being proposed.
Thank you, Councillor Fullerton. Councillor Whelan.
Yeah, look, there's 2 points I'd like to make in respect to this. The first is that the arborist report is dismissive of the vegetation on the site. I know the arborist, I've known him for many years in relation to fire matters, but I believe in this case the arborist is speaking purely from the health of vegetation as distinct from worth of vegetation, because I can tell you the Silverleaves Conservation Society are quite diametrically opposed to that view on conservation grounds. So I think that needs to be reviewed. The second point is the water technology report, which deals with the inundation, says that this site will need retention walls to be put in after 2040. So what are we doing? Are we saying that these things are okay for 20 years, but then after that, who's going to pay for the retention? I know what the federal member would say. You will, because you let them go there. So these things, they're half-baked. We really need to be thinking through these things as policy issues and stop having these things presenting all the time, that just present these issues all along, where we say, oh, well, you know, the estate was approved 50 years ago. If it was coming up today, it wouldn't be approved, and we know that. And we know that it doesn't meet the drainage standards either, that we've just approved 2 meetings ago. We're not serious sometimes, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Councillor Whelan. Can anybody else like to speak to or against this? Yes, Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, Mayor Tazari. Having seen the outpouring of grief that flowed when the council and developers cut down those trees in the transit centre in Cowes, I see how valuable each tree is nowadays. And I know how badly affected the community was by that. And I think we need to respect the wishes of the community and put that ahead of some planning issues that are inherent with the way we are a construct of the state government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis. Councillor Lasserre.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted a point clarified, because in the Bushfire Management Assessment Report, it said that it was an extension, a pretty big extension if they're leaving just the garage here and they're going to build this house around it. So when it comes back, I'd like that clarified, Is it an extension of a totally new build or like a reno, or what are we talking about here? He said it was clearly an extension of the existing building, so that wasn't clear in the report. Thank you.
So is that a clarification, Councillor Lasserve, that you're chasing now or
Well,
later on?
if it's going to be deferred, I would seek that for it to come back.
Okay, noted. Thank you, Councillor Lasserve. Would anyone else like to speak to or against this motion? No, Councillor Fullerton, I go back to you to close or put it to a vote.
Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate, Mayor Cesari, that the application to me is totally flawed. Levels are wrong, heights are wrong. If it was taken on face value, the height of the building is actually, I think it's 8.4 metres, not 7.5. Levels are wrong, and yeah, I don't get why it even got to council, but there's something obviously I'm missing. But yeah, I'd like it put to the vote now.
Thank you, Councillor Fullerton. All in favour of the notice of motion put forward by Councillor Fullerton to defer this report until the 16th of September 2020. Councillor Tassari, Ellis, Clark, Fullerton, Lasserve, Whelan, Kent, Rothfield and Brown. Carried. Item number H4, Holden Proving Ground, to be introduced by Mr. Sturton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of this report is to provide an overview of options available to council to contribute towards protecting the environmental attributes of the Holden Proving Ground site located in Whelan. Council requested further investigation be undertaken into protection of this site at its ordinary council meeting of 20th of May 2020 and also 15th of July 2020. The report outlines a range of work that has been undertaken that includes advocating to state and federal members and to various state government departments and agencies. The report also notes the work undertaken by the local community. The report recommends that a partnership approach with the Victorian State Government to formally recognise the Holden Proving Ground site within the Statement of Planning Policy as part of the Distinctive Areas and Landscapes project is the most effective protection measure available to Council. Further, the report recommends that the Victorian State Government reviews its mapping of the extractive industries interest area as a matter of urgency to enable greater clarity of the future of this site. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Sturton. Can I have somebody move? Councillor Ellis and second.
Mayor Tazari, I have an
Councillor.
alternate recommendation that I'd like to put.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis. Can we get that up on screen? Thank you. I won't ask you to read your whole alternative motion, Councillor Lark, but if you would like to summarise briefly without talking to your motion until I get a seconder.
I'd be very happy to read the whole thing out, Councillor Tazari, but I'll just summarise it as saying that we've listened to the community, we've listened to the state government, we want to form a partnership and go forward, and this sets a few conditions and parameters around how we would actively protect the natural assets that are at risk.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis. Can I have somebody second the motion on screen? Councillor Lasserve, thank you. I was struggling to see anyone then. Okay, Councillor Ellis, you may now speak to your notice of motion.
Thank you, Mayor Tazari. 97% of the West Gippsland bushland has been cleared. People from the waterline to the hinterline have been working for decades to turn some of it into a national park, or at least have it gazetted into reserve so it is better protected. Much of it is currently set aside on mining leases that are being diligently exploited and replanted with new man-made bushland that mimics the lost original. At the start of this meeting, we acknowledged that the Bunurong are the traditional owners of the land and the water we call Bass Coast. Bass Coast. The traditional owners have very little control over any of this coast, which bears hundreds of markers of their continued presence. For example, CHMP 15303, that covers part of Norseman's Road, documents hundreds of artefacts that have been there for thousands of years. This alternate motion represents the concerns and aspirations of a coalition of individuals and groups that have a vision for the future of our region. There are people alive today who will be alive at the dawn of the next century. There are 3 generations between us and the year 2100. This alternate provides a base, draws a line in the sand that might enable that 3rd generation to see what we see today and perhaps more. People often accuse me of trying to please everyone. Bob Hawke called it consensus. And this alternate has gone through many iterations, and I am far from being its sole parent. I ask my fellow councillors and collaborators to consider supporting our alternate motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis. Councillor Lasserve.
Mayor, thank you. Well, we've had a fair crack at this. We've had it since, as a council, the first at the ordinary meeting on the 20th of May. There was a notice of motion put up by myself, and on the 15th of July, notice of motion put up again by Councillor Ellis, and yet again we're here again in August the 19th, putting up yet another one. But it's growing legs, if I can say it like that. It's a very important issue. It's an important issue, as Councillor Ellis has said, you know, for future generation. But it's also for the integrity of that natural, our natural environment, and the protection of that bush is just incredible, and it needs to be done. I'm pleased that in this alternative motion there is the in point B, seek to review the extractive industries area mapping with a view of having this area excluded as a part of the statement of planning policy process. I think that's really important. We know that there's a state government report out, the SEA report, and you know, that's mostly pertaining to South Gippsland, but I think it's really important to acknowledge that in this notice of motion. So I'm hoping, and I'm pretty confident with the rest of the council, that that we get this partnership going, that the council has supported. We've worked on our local member to do that, and there are many different government departments are very keen to get this happening. So I support the alternative.
Thank you, Councillor Lasserve. Would anyone else like to speak to or against this motion as it reads? Councillor Brown.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. It's pretty remarkable that the vegetation at the Holden Proving Ground has survived as it has. When you consider that well, so much of the state has been cleared, you know, for grazing and other things, agricultural purposes, and you know, a lot of people over a long time engaged with agriculture, have cleared the land, and there's been some positives there. I mean, they grew food for themselves and food for other people. But a lot of the land has been cleared, of course. And, you know, that vegetation has been developing for tens of thousands of years and longer. And, you know, we can talk about the grass tree forest, which is pretty amazing. There's not too many places in the state like that. And some of those grass trees live around 400, maybe 500 years. You know, it's just, you know, when you consider that that's more than 10 times my age in a single tree, that is pretty substantial. So we need to protect places like that when there's so few of them. And especially when, you know, people need opportunities to get out into wild areas and connect with wild areas. And we're losing that. And so we need to protect it. So well done, Councillor Ellis, for drawing up the motion. And I know there was quite a few people involved, but we need to protect it somehow. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Unfortunately, it's not more than 10 years my age, unfortunately. It's nice to be young. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Brown just made me feel very old. I must say it's been a long time since I've come across a community group so strong and passionate, such as this group that we are involved with at the moment. It would be a brave person at any level, from us to the state government to the new owners, who don't listen to them and at least negotiate and talk with them. I look forward to us as a collective approaching the new owners and approaching the state government and having a fantastic outcome that addresses all our community needs, and I'm sure that we will achieve. It's the actions that the community group and the outcomes have to appreciate. Just don't listen to words, listen to the actions that we at other areas take on your behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Whelan.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And yes, congratulations to Councillor Ellis. It must have been like herding cats at certain points, and I was one of the tomcats in there, so I acknowledge that. And I also want to congratulate the community group. They are a potent group, and power to them. We have a new owner, and that adds uncertainty, but it also adds opportunity into this. We don't know what they plan to do with it, but nonetheless, that pushes us towards the absolute necessity to get proper protection over this site. I just add that Holden, in selling this site, the two 1,000 acre blocks at the back, as I understand it, as I've been informed, were given to them by the federal government. Now, if there was any moralistic component of this, they should have given it back when they vacated this area. For them to be selling it now and making a profit out of that is somewhat reprehensible in my view. And there is a spectre over this. There's a spectre over this site, and that's the extractive industries. And we need to really take that on and understand that more thoroughly. And I do appreciate the point in there that is to address that. I'm pleased that our local member Jordan Crignali has taken this on and said she will lead the working group. That's great, because we need to make sure we're not kicking the can down the road. We're going to come up with a solution here. And that solution and the working group will involve the Bunurong Land Council, and it must do. The distinctive areas landscape, which I think is fundamental to the protection of this area, as is one of its points of purpose, to recognise the connection and stewardship of traditional owners in relation to land in declared areas. Now, I had some comments from Uncle Dan Turnbull, and what he said is, we definitely have an interest in that area. We speak for that country. We don't own any land as a mob, and it's pretty hard to do stuff as a mob. Hard to be self-determined without any land. Now we talk about clearing and all of that sort of thing. That is the destruction of their traditional lands. And Councillor Ellis rightly points out that there's so many indications of their presence here for thousands of years. Yet we've done nothing, really, nothing. We're cutting down their sacred trees to put a road through up in Western Victoria. We continue to rape and pillage their traditional lands. It's time, and here is an opportunity to work with this owner, to work with the state government, and put this in the hands of the traditional owners for the stewardship it needs. That's a classic, pristine piece of bush, I admit, and congratulate Landcare for the work it's played in restoring that land to some extent. But here is an opportunity, and I challenge everyone, council, and I challenge the state government, and I challenge myself to try and drive this through, to see this land, these two bush blocks at the back in the right hands. And I think that would be a wonderful outcome.
Thank you, Councillor Whelan. Councillor Lark.
I just had a query for Councillor Ellis in 3B, and it's been referred to by Councillor Whelan. We talk about the rear allotments. We know, for example, how important it is, how important bushland is to act as a facade to any developments, etc., in terms of our tourist route, the Bass Coast Highway. And I'm just wondering whether we are, whether our focus is too narrow to just consider the rear allotments, and whether it should be broader than that to at least allow negotiation going forward in terms of what areas of bushland might be protected, not just the rear two allotments that you referred to, or the rear allotments. Would you consider broadening that wording before we go to a vote, so that it's not as narrow as you've put it at the moment?
If I can speak to that, Mayor Tazari.
Please do.
If you look at 1B, I actually mentioned, I've broadened it out there in relation to the grass tree forest, and we mention other sites there. So I think that's all. I hear what you're saying, and I know that we need to take an area-wide view of it. At the moment, given that this is like iteration number 8, I hear what you're saying, but I'd like to think that the strengthening and the broadening of it is kind of covered by the items in point 1.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, Councillor Lark.
Nothing further to add, Councillor Lark? No. Councillor Fullerton?
Yeah, I'd just like to commend the community as well for the activity. It's certainly been it's a long way from over yet, but the push from the community is very, very strong and should be respected. Look, I've driven past there countless times, and I've actually never had the opportunity or taken an opportunity to get into that property to have a look. I don't know who has, but from the photographs I see, it's a stunning area. I don't know the condition of it. I don't know the maintenance schedule and whatever's proposed, but no, it's certainly an incredibly valuable piece of land, and I look forward to its improvement. Its protection on it.
Thank you, Councillor Fullerton. Would anyone else like to speak to or against this motion as it reads? Before I go back to Councillor Ellis to close or put it to a vote. Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, Councillor Tazari. I've always got to have the final word, and I admire my other councillors' ability to talk off the cuff, particularly Councillor Whelan. You can see his dedication to what we've been talking about there. I sadly have to work from a script, so I'm going to make a few points that I've already jotted down prematurely, perhaps. By a fluke of history, the HPG is in Western Port Ward, Bass Coast. To be honest with you, I'm glad that we now have multiple member wards, because I wouldn't want the burden of this decision to be on one person. It was previously just represented by one councillor in Leadbeater Ward. And I'm grateful for the support of all my fellow councillors in these decisions, which began in February in that pre-COVID world, which seems a distant time. Given that Australian taxpayers partly funded the HPG and GMH protected it, the HPG obviously has enormous national significance. Given the habitat that is preserved in there, this is our last best chance to provide an immovable ark for species such as rare and endangered bandicoots. And I wish Meryl was here to be able to list them all, but I'll just take my word, there's bandicoots that are endangered, and help our fire-ravaged, economically devastated state, Victoria, emerge from this state of disaster. The HPG has undoubted state significance. This has to be accorded the planning respect that it warrants. It's not my place to speak on behalf of the Bunurong Boomerang. I just know that we need to walk with them, and Bass Coast is well and truly committed to do that. And in regard to Western Port, the HPG and surrounds, and how we move forward, the HPG and its surrounding environment, such as the grass trees, can become a jewel in the regional crown, the template for excellence in our reconciliation, our environment, and our Australian engineering endeavours. I just want to talk in terms of the fresh ownership. We'll work with anybody. We just need to know who they are. And some late breaking news that I was given this morning is that the Victorian National Parks Association has received funding to prepare an ecological assessment for that entire forest corridor, which will be able to inform our progress. And I refer to Councillor Lark's question earlier. This will inform our progress as we try and protect every single tree that's left from the original West Gippsland forest that's been so cleared. We can protect every single tree with everybody working together to achieve that. And I just want to thank everybody for listening to me rave on. And herding cats was great fun. I appreciate it greatly. Thank you for your support. I commend the recommendation and hope we all vote for it.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis. We'll put it to a vote. All in favour of the motion as put forward? Councillor Tassari, Ellis, Lark, Fulton, Laserve, Whelan, Kent, Rothfield and Brown. Carried. I can almost hear the cheering right now. I won't mention who from, but I can almost hear it. Item number H5, Economic Development Strategy, to be presented by Mr. Stefani.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of this report is to provide an update on Year 4 actions from Council's Economic Development Strategy 2016 to 21. It has been a story of two halves for 2019-20, with strong residential and business growth continuing and record low unemployment first half of the year. Council continued to attract major funding commitments with the Bass Coast University Centre and further erosion mitigation funding for its advocacy campaigns. It's provided input into regional roads Victoria corridor and highway planning, increased visitation from growth markets such as cruise ships, and been recognised through tourism awards and business developer forums. As we know, unfortunately, bushfires followed by COVID-19 has impacted the local economy during the second half of the year. Council responded by implementing a suite of measures through a COVID-19 business and community response and recovery program, which continues to this day. This report recommends that Council receive the attached Economic Development Strategy Year 4 snapshot. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Stefani. Can I have somebody, Mr. Councillor Whelan and Councillor Rothfield?
I'd like to ask a question, if I may,
Certainly.
Before that. Mr. Stefani has a bit of signalled my intentions, but I'll summarise the question, Mr. Stefani, to clearly we've just been through a fairly dramatic experience and are still in the middle of it with the COVID-19 pandemic. So what plans do we have, given that this, what plans do we have to take those lessons into account, and also the fact that we're now in a climate emergency and the issues around a potential green economy? How are we going to take account of those in a redraft of this strategy?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Our learnings are ongoing and they're not unique just to Bass Coast. It's been great to see businesses pivot their operations in response, and we've been able to access skilled labour that's not restricted by location due to our movement online. Protection and creation of jobs has been a focus from all levels of government in order not just to sustain the economy, but to assist it in its post-recovery. Understanding the significance of a diverse economy and responding to the crisis as quickly as possible, our economy has diverse industry sectors. So some of these lessons are that we know we have a visitor economy, construction, retail, agriculture, health, professional services and education. Some of these were heavily impacted by the pandemic, specifically visitor economy and retail. While some remain stable, this has limited some of the damage to the economy. The way forward, we feel that with the implications of a new strategy being developed next year, we should continue to diversify our economy. The future prospects for our existing industry sectors are still positive, but a new strategy could consider a focus on innovation, finding that value add in each sector, especially agriculture, capitalising on niche markets. And also for consideration for Council in the future is to look at a new strategy that has creative and emerging markets, and this will be recognised through sustainable construction, waste energy recycling into high-tech manufacturing, renewable energies, etc. All of these should be consistent with the environmental values of Bass Coast and help with the aim to transition to a low-carbon economy in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Stefani. Is Councillor Whelan, were you moving that? And Councillor Whelan, you...
Yeah, I'll move that. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, would you like to speak to that now, Councillor?
Yeah, look, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Mr. Stefani. I believe I'm on a bit of a lag here, Mr. Mayor, so
An incredible... You do lag a little. It's quite funny.
Yeah, so we're travelling well with this strategy until early this year, and of course an incredible shock to our economy that was beyond anyone's ability to prevent. But I think some of the things that we've had are foundational issues, and I think getting the university connection is just brilliant. And I think if we can keep those young minds, train them and keep them here in Bass Coast, we'll be so well placed. And what we need to do is have a focus on an economic strategy that is feeding those young minds and taking them into jobs. And that has to be how we pivot this thing going forward. And I think the opportunities in the green economy and those sorts of things are immense if we step up to them. So I think that's so important. There was one other point through the Australian Coastal Councils I wanted to raise, is that some very bright minds have been working on how we're going to fund the infrastructure changes we need for the challenges that are presenting. You don't need to go past Inverloch to see what those challenges are, or Cows East for that matter, from climate change and investment funds and those sorts of things. And I think we've got a lot of work to do in that area to make sure that we can, do the things we will need to do just to adapt to climate change. So we've got a big challenge ahead of us, but I commend this report on a historical report, if you like.
Thank you, Councillor Whelan. Councillor Rothfield.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yes, indeed, historical it is. 4-year snapshot. And if we'd taken this snapshot in December, we'd really have something to sing about. We wouldn't have to turn back time either. And the business support team has done a fabulous job. They really have, and they have worked tirelessly in many, many aspects of our region, and especially for Phillip Island, chasing and supporting activities outside the peak summer periods. And so they've done a really good job, and I applaud them. We were travelling so well. In December 2016, when we got into council, and this council was elected, we had an unemployment figure in the Shire of about 9%. 3 years later, it dropped down to 3.7%. So, as I say, if we could only just be looking at this snapshot in December, through no one's fault, it's now hitting, well, it would be hitting about 11%. So, and that's worst, that we are the most affected council in the whole of the Gippsland region, which is because we are so dependent on tourism, which I'm not going to go into those statistics anymore. We know that we are the second most dependent economy in tourism in the whole of Australia. So I commend this report, and I'm only sorry about the ending. Great story, but the ending just sucks. Sorry about that.
No, very, very well put, Councillor Rothfield. Councillor Lark.
From an economic development perspective, you only have to look at the amounts of dollars, more than $200 million invested in the Bass Coast economy by various governments, federal and state, and our own contributions too. So there's obviously a level of confidence in what Bass Coast is doing and the support that it's been given from all levels of government to progress that into the future.
Thank you, Councillor Lark. Would anyone else like to speak to Councillor Lasserve?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'd also, say that it's been a busy, basically 4 years on this report, and as Councillor Rothfield did say, that the end of the story isn't that good, but I believe that we've got a great team. They've done an excellent job so far. I'm on the events committee and see some of the the people coming through investing in events and building their presence in Bass Coast. So, I'd just really want to take the opportunity to thank those the staff and managers of those teams, because I think it's been a really busy time. Unfortunately, it's ended on a bit of a dip, but we'll have to work our way out of it. And just take the opportunity to pass on my thanks to Peter Francis, who's leaving the team. So I wish him well for his future endeavours.
Well said, Councillor Lasserve. Would anyone else like to speak to or against this recommendation? No? Councillor Whelan, would you like to close or put it to a vote?
briefly, I'd like to reiterate Councillor Lasserve's comments about Peter Francis, Mr. Francis in this context, and congratulate him on a great career with council. And he's a wonderful chap, and I think he's done a great job. So good luck with whatever you're doing beyond here, Peter. There's one thing that concerned me to finish off on in relation to the report is that on page 75, it reports the advocacy to Regional Roads Victoria using the figures out of using the visitor economy strategy. I don't think we use all of the visitor or the qualitative components of the visitor economy strategy. I think big roads only take the projected increase in travelling numbers and not the issues around the capacity of the island to have a worthwhile visitor experience. And that's qualitative change we need to see reflected in our advocacy in relation to economic development going forward. But otherwise, I'll shut up there. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Whelan. Just something I don't do a lot of, but I'm going to take the opportunity just to speak at this one. And I'd also like to reiterate the words towards Peter Francis. I won't go Mr. Francis. I couldn't bring myself to do that. But I also wish Pete all the best in his next endeavours, whether it's retirement or moving on to something else. He's been an amazing, I guess, work colleague and also advocate for Bass Coast, and I'm sure he will continue to do so. And just touching on what Councillor Lark mentioned earlier on with the money and investment coming into this shire, in my many roles that I have as Mayor representing Bass Coast on different committees, or whether we go and advocate to state or federal departments or ministers, Bass Coast has always looked on very, very favourably. And it's been a lot of hard work that we've put into getting that status. I can congratulate our advocacy team, but also every department that's worked tirelessly to get us into that position. So it's a fantastic report. So well done to the entire team. With that, I'll put it to a vote. All in favour of the recommendation as it reads. Councillor Tessari, Alice, Lark, Fullerton, Lasserve, Whelan, Kent, Rothfield and Brown. Carried. Item number H6, and I will just let it be known that at the end of this item, once it's been put to a vote, I will be calling for a 10-minute break. Okay, so item number H6 to be presented by Mr. Stefani.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Similar to the previous report, this report provides an update to Council on the delivery of the Year 4 actions of the Phillip Island San Remo Visitor Economy Strategy 2035. The strategy adopted in August 2016 sets the long-term vision for Phillip Island and San Remo's visitor economy with sustainable growth at its central focus. The strategy has assisted Council and various government agencies and peak industry bodies to seek investment and advocate for improved tourism outcomes on Bass Coast. As stated in the previous strategy report, COVID-19 has taken a significant toll on Bass Coast and on the visitor economy in particular. Council has responded with broad-ranging support and financial assistance in an effort to support local businesses. This report recommends that Council receive the attached Year 4 annual snapshot. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Stefani. Can I have somebody move and second the recommendation? Councillor Whelan, and seconded. Councillor Rothfield, got in first. Councillor Whelan.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This has been an excellent strategy. The work that was done was very innovative, and I think it's put us in good stead thus far. But I think we now face a situation with the shock. We'll be reviewing the economic strategy, and I think this one needs to probably needs a new hairdo as well, and some serious considerations. I think we've actually taken a very narrow approach to visitor economy. And that has been good for us. You know, let's face it, it's been good for us, but it hasn't been resilient. So I think there's been some significant bits of work. I'm not sure if I'm getting ahead of the tram a bit here, but I did attend a workshop on it with Destination Phillip Island on their transport policy about moving people around the island, taking people away from their private cars, giving them the facility to get to those places. No, that needs to be taken up, and to some extent it is a result of the report, so to be fair. But as I mentioned earlier, Totally Renewable Phillip Island have put together a safer cycling a strategy for Phillip Island, and I think that needs to be taken into account. So I think it's probably when you get a really good strategy, they never last forever. Now, I'm not saying this one's dead by any means, but I just think a bit of a tart up around the edges, a little bit of work around the core would be good. So yeah, I think that's what I'd say on that at the moment. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Whelan. Councillor Rothfield.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yes, another snapshot. This one covers 2019-2020, and I agree that we have the basis of a wonderful strategy here, which was developed now 4 years ago. The vision of this strategy is that Phillip Island and San Remo is recognised nationally and globally as a world-leading sustainable tourism destination, and where tourism is embraced by our community. And I believe it really is embraced by the community. And nature-based tourism is hugely at the forefront of the strategy. It's the key areas of focus of this snapshot, or in fact the strategy, is to continue the support of the Global Sustainability Tourism Certification, which is extremely important for the island and San Remo. It's also to help Phillip Island and San Remo to become known as the accessible tourism capital of Australia, which is sort of follows on from what Councillor Kent was talking about before in regards to electric wheelchairs and what have you. Incredibly important option for the island. And the other area of focus is to support the continuing link of existing trails and the concept development of paths and trails to circle Phillip Island. So there's a lot of good stuff in this. So this snapshot provides us with a really good description of the various actions and game changes that have been accomplished over 1920. And 2021 will see us undertake the 5-year review of this strategy. And I certainly hope, I won't be in that decision-making area, but I certainly hope the next council will really push for paths and trails as a major focus for the island in an attempt to expand the offering that we have, really focus on that nature-based tourism.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Rothfield. Councillor Lasserve.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And going in the same vein as Councillor Rothfield, adding her, as future aspirations to the report. Look, I think that there's a bit of work that I commend the report. I think it's excellent. I think that the work that's been done in it's been excellent, displaying San Remo and Phillip Island, but I've always thought that this report should be extended to Bass Coast, and it should be, destination Bass Coast, because we've got a lot to contribute. And I'm just putting it out there for a plug that I think there should be an appendix on the back of the rest of this.
Thank you, Councillor Lasserve. Councillor Lark.
Yeah, I just want to mention again a big thank you to the business leaders that got involved in the community resilience grants, leaders from Phillip Island, San Remo and right across the Shire. And without their assistance and help, it wouldn't have been as successful as it was. So a big thank you to business leaders right across the Shire.
Thank you, Councillor Lark. Councillor Fullerton.
Thank you, Mr. Sorry. One failing that we've had through this is the failure to continue through with the car ferry business case study as we were going to do. We've got a battle on our hands now as a community and as a tourism destination. We've got a massive battle because international tourism could be off for possibly 1 or 2 years. The increase in domestic tourism to areas down here on the island and the neighbouring area will be massive. And with the effect of the COVID situation, we're going to lose a significant number of our businesses. And the biggest worry that I have and our business community has is we'll be unable to support those, the facility. We won't have the facilities to support the increase in tourism. So that's an issue that we've got to address. I'm confident with the council, business groups and whatever that they can address this fairly well. But Yeah, that's just one. They're probably the two issues that are facing us now.
Thank you, Councillor Fullerton. Councillor Ellis. No. Councillor Ellis, you got us in suspense. Councillor Ellis, while you work on that, I'll go to Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mayor. When I look at this strategy, I think of the phrase being shovel ready. We're going to have a lot of work in front of us because we are going to come out of this COVID situation. And
Okay, I'll just ask you to pause for a second. Councillor Ellis, have you lost sound? Okay, Councillor Ellis, if you can hear us, we'll give you a call. Councillor Kent, you continue.
yes, thank you. Just being shovel ready. We will come out of this situation and we have to be ready for those tourists, for our economy picking up, and our economy will pick up. And I'm sure that we will be ready for it. I note that the Northern Territory has done a strategy where they've handed out $250 gift certificates to their community, realising that that they won't have any people coming across the border and they have to get their local community out there holidaying. I think it's a fantastic strategy and it's been taken up to a huge extent by the community up there, supporting their tourism. And I think it would be a fine strategy for possibly the state government and other areas to consider to get our local tourists within Victoria to come down here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. I believe we've got you back, Councillor Ellis.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Desari. I think I had what's termed a hardware failure. I hope you can hear me now.
Perfect.
I just want to mention that I reckon it's a great thing that we didn't actually go ahead with that tourist car ferry, because we now have to focus on local tourism, and $80 million spent so that people could drive Ferraris across the Shire and is no longer relevant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis. Would anyone else like to speak to or against this recommendation as it reads? No, we'll go back to you, Councillor Whelan, to close and put to a vote.
Just quickly. Yeah, I wanted to pick up a point that Councillor De Serve made in relation to it being a Bass Coast-wide strategy. I actually agree with that because people are always looking to expand their think, what the things they're going to do. Phillip Island gets them here. And then, for day trips, we want them to stay for multiple days, not just come as day visitors. And that's a key part of this strategy. So I wanted to acknowledge that. And also what Councillor Lark said in relation to our business leaders. And we got some rippers, really, and some great ones here. And they've contributed so well during this crisis situation in terms of trying to help steer through that. And finally, to say, yes, the paths and trails, Councillor Rothfield said it far better than I did. Tarting it up at the edges was not quite appropriate, but really going down that nature-based tourism is exactly what I had in mind but didn't say. And one of the things, just to reiterate, is the safe cycling in relation to that is fundamental and key to this, as well as where groups like DPI have pushed us in terms of accessible tourism. Just excellent stuff. We've got to keep that up. So no, I'll commend the report.
Thank you, Councillor Whelan. And we'll put it to a vote. All in favour of the recommendation as it reads. Councillor Tassari, Ellis, Lark, Fullerton, Leserve, Whelan, Kent, Rothfield and Brown. Carried. And with that, I will now ask you all to sit still for a minute while we pause our stream and we take a 10-minute break. If we could just wait. Sit still. Let's not say anything we shouldn't. Thank you, everybody, and welcome back. I hope you used your what turned out to be 15 minutes wisely and stretched your legs and did everything else that you needed to do. Come back with a fresh coffee, and we'll get going back into the meeting. We are at item number H7, acquisition of land, 20 Agar Road, Bass, and to present this is Mr. Sturt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of this report is to seek council approval to proceed with the purchase of 250 square metres of land at the intersection of Agar Road and Soldiers Road in Bass. Improving traffic safety at this intersection is council's highest priority local road safety project. Acquiring this land will allow council to widen the road curve and improve vehicle sight lines, together with installing rumble strips and realigning the adjoining Bluff Road and Pilots Lane intersection. Acquisition of this land is guided by the Land Acquisition and Compensation Act 1986. Following an independent valuation of the land, a figure of $2,800 has been reached, including all costs. It is recommended that council authorise officers to proceed with the sale of this land for the purpose of widening road reserve and contributing towards a safer traffic intersection. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Sturton. Can I have somebody move and second this recommendation? Councillor Kent, you got in there first, and seconded Councillor Lasserve. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mayor. You've got to be fast, don't you? I'll keep it short and sweet. I just commend the council for addressing road safety for the communities down at the end of Soldiers Road there, being Coronet Bay and Coronella. It's what we need there. We have had a number of incidents in that location, and once purchasing the land, we can then move forward into the design factor of that corner. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Lasserve.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got really nothing else to add. I think Councillor Kent has covered those.
Thank you, Councillor Lasserve. Would anyone else like to speak to or against this recommendation? No? Councillor Kent, would you like to close? Or are you trying to get my attention? Councillor Fullerton.
I was just going to support it, Mr. Mayor. It's a dangerous corner, and yeah, it'll be a good big sweeping bend.
Thank you so much, Councillor Fullerton. Councillor Kent, would you like to close or put it to a vote?
I'd just like to acknowledge Councillor Fullerton's support of this area, and yeah, let's have a vote.
Thanks, Councillor Kent. All in favour of the recommendation as it reads. Councillor Tassari, Alice, Lark, Fullerton, Lasserve, Whelan, Kent, Rothfield and Brown. Carried. Item number H8, Draft Climate Change Action Plan, to be presented for the first time today. Ms Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of this report is to seek council endorsement of the Draft Climate Change Action Plan that has been developed through extensive consultation and engagement with the community in response to council's declaration of a climate emergency. Responding to the climate emergency requires the whole community to play a part. The plan identifies a number of actions that individuals, community groups, businesses, the agricultural sector and council can undertake to achieve the objective of zero net emissions by 2030, ensuring a climate resilient community. The actions identified in the plan are for both council and the community and have been developed through a detailed assessment process to ensure that they are technically feasible, economically beneficial and socially desirable and cover the period 2020 to 2030. If endorsed, the next steps will be for officers to develop an implementation plan to confirm resource requirements, responsibilities and detailed timeframes, consideration for future budgets and long-term financial planning. Development of the implementation plan will include additional community consultation and engagement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ms Kennedy, and that is your second time today, so I apologise for that. Councillor Whelan, you'd like to move, and seconded by Councillor Rothfield. Councillor Whelan.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge the work that's been done on this over the time. This is a landmark decision that stems from the decision we took last August to declare a climate emergency and achieve net zero emissions by 2030. And it was a strong decision in the face of what's a terrible predicament, but over 1,000 people submitted a petition to ask us to declare a climate emergency, and since then 580 people have engaged on this program to come up with this plan today. And it wasn't easy. Some of the questionnaires and things that I had to do were very taxing. So I thank those people, and I urge them to continue to be involved, because we've got a lot of work to do, as we have in the community. And I want to stress at this stage that this is a community plan, but we can't tell them what to do. So businesses, households, and the rest, they'll make their decisions. We hope they'll go that way, and council's role is to lead and perhaps cajole people to adopt low emission strategies, and also to adapt to what's going to be a challenging environment in the future. But I want to say that too many people focus on the negatives, and there are plenty of those, but I think it's a good opportunity to focus on the positives. Early adopters lead, and they make the big gains, and I think this is important. Our economy is changing, and it needs to change even more quickly. We've made that point in relation to the previous reports. Jeremy Rivkin in the Third Industrial Revolution talked about the changes that have occurred in Europe and how they've been fundamental change in their economies, basically getting into next century's or this century's energy system, instead of relying on one that probably goes back 2 centuries, being coal. Solar and wind are really penetrating our energy market, and an emerging opportunity is in hydrogen power. Now, it's still in its early days, but the technology breakthroughs we read about are incredible. What we need is water, and we need cheap renewable electricity. And we've got that here. We've got it. So what's stopping us? Why aren't we here in Bass Coast even looking at that opportunity around hydrogen? Council should be congratulated for the initiative it took on FOGO, Food Organics, Garden Organics, the green bin, some years ago, a few years ago. We're part of the leadership group in Victoria in doing that. But at this point in time, all of that material goes to down to Wellington, and it's great. The sustainability officer there has told me how great it is for their farms. We don't get it here for our farms, for our home gardens, or whatever it is. And I think we need to process that locally, and that's local jobs. That's green jobs. We need to be pursuing our own energy projects here, and that is occurring too in the community. Again, that will keep investment locally, and will generate local green jobs. I've been delighted with a group that's got together on Phillip Island, involving people from the across the bridge as well, to establish a food hub and a local growers collective. Growing locally and supporting local growers is the sort of approach that they're taking. That's wonderful. Yep.
Councillor Whelan, if I can,
and the things sort of like we can do blue carbon projects, steel carbon projects.
Councillor Whelan, if I can interrupt just for 2 seconds.
You've lost me, have you?
You're breaking up, and we're really struggling to hear you. You every now and then. If I could ask you to keep your commentary to as brief as possible, because we are losing you after a certain amount of time.
Yeah, all right. So basically that's it. The opportunity is there, and it fits in with what Councillor Rothfield was saying about the natural environments, tourism and those sorts of things. That's what we need to do. There's such a wonderful opportunity. We need to be doing that, and this plan gives us the opportunity to go down there. It should be an economic game changer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whelan. Councillor Rothfield.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I wholeheartedly endorse this climate change action plan. It's a fabulous document. It's a wonderful one as a springboard on which we can expand and get community input from, just as Councillor Whelan was suggesting. I guess the only thing I'd like to sort of say is you've got to be mindful also about how easy it is to steer the conversation away from and muddy the waters, muddy the rapidly rising waters from the most vital of issues, and that is the future and welfare of our entire planet, not just our Shire, but our planet. We've spoken today already about Silverleaves and the people down there who face, depreciated values in their homes in our lifetime, for goodness sake, because of the rapidly rising waters and these 1 in 100-year events that happen every couple of years. So I think that it's a wonderful plan, really worth reading. And I would say everybody who is watching this, if you can put up with us for so many hours, you can certainly enjoy this plan. It's way more interesting. And I would really urge you to read this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rothfield. Councillor also.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, look, I think it's been said over and over again that the natural environment is our economy. I think this is a great report. We've acknowledged climate change by declaring an emergency. Just in picking up on what the media was saying, might have been only yesterday, about the heat effect of 50+ degrees in places, and we've seen what happens with the changing environment with bushfires, etc., the impact of flooding, erosion. So I think that really being mindful of this is front and centre of all of our policies and decisions will be very important into the future. It has a massive impact into the community. I think excellent community response, which was really great, and I acknowledge all those people who did that. I think that taking the rest of the community with us is about education and information. And, if we use the FOGO example as changing people's patterns, we know how hard that is in COVID. Just a changing of people's lifestyles and everything that's really going to have a major impact. So I think that education and information is the key to it, to get people to have ownership of it. And that's really important. That's important just individually as a shire or as a state or the nation. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Sir, Councillor Lark.
Thank you, Mayor. Not for today, but in the future, I would like Council to consider capturing data in relation to emissions generated by external parties. What I mean is that, for example, in the transport industry, we will only be capturing emissions in relation to vehicles registered within Bass Coast. As we know, we get lots of visitors, lots of by bus and by car. We have lots of B doubles and B triples servicing the extractive industries and construction industries. And there's a whole range of other external impacts that will affect our livability in Bass Coast at different times. So I'd like that to be seriously considered for the future. Clearly not as part of this action plan, but as an adjunct for the future, because it is a gap in that regard. That said, I do have a minor amendment to the motion under deliberation. I'd like that to be put on screen if that were possible.
Thank you, Councillor Lark. If we could bring that up.
So my amendment is in relation to point 2 of the motion under deliberation by simply adding the words "and evaluation of economic and financial implications for the respective stakeholders."
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Lark. With that, I'm going to Councillor Lasserve, sorry.
I just want a clarification. I just don't know. Yeah, I mean, Councillor Lark has added that, but how? I mean, the implications of that is quite include community consultation and evaluation of economic and financial implications for the respective house stakeholders. I mean, how do you think we're going to be able to do that? Can he speak to that?
I'll allow it, yep.
A point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order, sorry, Councillor Whelan, where are you? There you are, yep.
We shouldn't be talking to this without seeing if there's a seconder.
Yeah, fair call. Fair call. Thank you. With that, ask for the meeting to be adjourned by, I consider whether to accept it as an amendment or not. If we could all sit still for a second while we wait for the comms team. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your patience while I sought some clarifications and also read up on my local meeting laws. If I could please seek some clarification from Ms. Kennedy regarding the evaluation of economic and financial implications, please. Have they already been undertaken in the development of the climate change plan so far?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the work that the consultants and staff did on page 20 of the report, it talks about the actions that individuals can undertake, and it talks about the economic benefits. It's called a marginal abatement cost curve. So it looks at the cost of doing an action and then the overall benefit, so the climate change benefit that will be achieved through that action. And so that's where we talk about it. It's looked at the economic, the environmental and the social benefits. Because one of the key things in this action plan is that this is an opportunity for people to take the steps that are relevant to their circumstances throughout the 10-year period. So they can take a couple of steps now, initially, and bigger steps later on. An opportunity for everyone to be involved and to contribute to our climate change action plan. So yes, economic issues have been addressed in the plan. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. And on those grounds, I will reject the amendment, although I thank again Councillor Lark for his time and effort in putting it forward, and I will say no on the grounds of 34.2. An amendment must not contradict the motion or change the substance of the motion. So, but again, thank you very much, Councillor Lark. Have you got anything further to add, Councillor Lark, or had you finished speaking?
No, I had finished speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me get myself organised again here. Sorry. I've lost my paperwork. Things are going well. There it is. Okay, we're back. All right. Councillor Kent, I had you down next to speak.
Thank you for that, Mayor. I note with envy the Tasmanian government announcing that 2022 they will be full renewable energy and that they'll then be off selling it to the rest of the country too. If they can do it, why can't we? They're going to achieve that in probably under 2 years. We should be able to do that. We do things better in Victoria. Let's do it.
Thanks, Councillor Kent. Would anyone else like to speak to or against the recommendation as it reads? Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, there are positives in the report, no doubt. I've read the full report. I've done my analysis of it. There are a few issues for me that I want to raise. First of all, I want to say it's good that we now know what the emissions are across the whole Shire. Before we set the target, it was relatively easy to know what council's own emissions were, but we didn't know what the emissions were across the community. And we should have known what the emissions were before we set the target. If you want to know where you're going to go, you have to know where you're starting from. And we didn't do that. And so in that sense, it was unscientific. And we're all, you know, in the climate debate, the point is always being made to follow science. We didn't when we set the target. So that's one point. Overall, the heavy lifting is done by other parties outside of council. All the heavy lifting falls on mainly households, but also business and farming. So, you know, we're saying let's reduce our emissions, but it's really more of the community doing it than council. We've done a report, but it really falls, especially on households. So, for example, when it comes to household actions, there are many that could be undertaken. Just one example is you could upgrade your hot water system with a heat pump. Now, the assumed uptake of that and actually the time frame that they've got is immediate. I gather in the next year or two, they've got 73.3% of households to take that up. Now, is that realistic? Probably not. So I'm just saying, yes, we need to decrease our emissions. Council does, the community does. A lot of these things that people are doing, they will do it regardless because they're either concerned about the environment or it's good financially for them, you know, to switch to solar, those kind of things. You know, get an electric car if that's more cost efficient for them in the future and it works for them and they've got a good range, they will do that anyway, regardless of what the report says. So we've got these actions, and also for business, there's lots of actions that we can take, but we're not putting any money up for businesses to make that change. So it's a good report, it's a positive report, but there are significant limitations with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Would anyone else like to speak to or against the recommendation? No. Councillor Whelan, would you like to close or put it to a vote?
I'll say a couple of things, please, if I may. Councillor Brown's quite correct in saying a lot of these things are going to happen anyway, and we replaced. We went to solar hot water service when we were living at Surf Beach because the other one expired, and it was a sensible thing to do. And as I heard Councillor Kent say, wasn't in a meeting, but recently that he basically doesn't use the backup to that for however many months of the year, and that was our experience. We probably had the backup on that hot water service for a couple of months a year. We went with that because we had to make a decision anyway. Electric vehicles, you're quite correct. As range anxiety is addressed through recharging points and things like that, that's where we're going. You stay with the old ICE vehicles, well, you know, you're going to be a dinosaur. And so what's important here is that a whole lot of people, and it has been a good penetration of solar here and across Victoria, being big uptakers of solar, but we're the people that can afford it. So we have to have a strategy. That's what's important in this thing, in the implementation plan, is the strategy takes everyone with it. So people who are renters, people who can't afford to put solar on their roof, we need to look after them. The people who can't afford to put insulation in their house, we need to find programs, work with the state government to make sure we can do that. And I'll close by saying the only thing unscientific about setting our target before we knew the emissions, we did know the emissions. I keep getting the name wrong. It's some tree was the name of the company doing the emissions for us, Red Gum or something like that. That was the name of the company, I might add. We did have that information. Well, what was unscientific is we haven't been listened to the scientists. We've known about this problem of climate change since the 60s and 70s. But we've ignored it. That was what was unscientific. We've listened to the scientists in COVID-19, and we're getting we got some hiccups, but we'll work through that and go pretty good because we're listening to the people that know. We haven't listened to the climate scientists. It's time to do so. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Whelan. We'll put it to a vote. All in favour of the recommendation as it reads. Councillor Tassari, Ellis, Lark, Fullerton, Laserve, Kent, Rothfield, Brown and Whelan. Carried. Okay, item number H9, draft public transparency policy to be introduced for the first time today. Ms Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of this report is to seek council consideration of the draft public transparency policy 2020. This policy is a requirement under the new Local Government Act, and its purpose is to provide clarity on the type of information that council must make available, how it can be accessed, and the categories of information that council may not be able to make publicly available. The report recommends that council adopt the policy in order to meet the 1 September deadline outlined in the Local Government Act 2020. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ms Jones. Can I have somebody move and second this recommendation? Was that you, Councillor Rothfield? Yep. And seconded by Councillor Kent. Okay, Councillor Rothfield.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. We have our very, very first public transparency policy. It's something to applaud that we actually have one. it was specified, the reason it came about is specified under the new Local Government Act. It's a simple 9-page document, not 45 pages, but only 9, because it is very prescriptive as to what we actually include in it. It formalises council's commitment to transparency. Now, what it actually basically contains is, I think, as Ms. Wasty mentioned in our question time, it sets out the information that's available to the public. Very clearly, this is under the Local Government Act. It also sets out how that information can be accessed. It also includes categories of information that may not be accessed as specified under the Local Government Act. There is very limited scope for change, and it's very, as I say, very prescriptive and very dry. So all local councils have or will have adopted this policy, or a policy, very, very similar, I can promise you, by the 1st of September, and we will be too. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rothfield. Councillor Kent.
Thank you for that, Mayor. There's not an awful lot I can say apart from me emphasising that the majority of the content has been mandated by the Local Government Act. And the other thing I want to point out is that in the future, community consultation could take place in regards to future versions of this governance rule. So, all things should be able to be tweaked at some stage. I'm quite open to it, but we don't get it right all the time. So if something comes out in the future that needs to be tweaked, we will take a look at it. It's not a shut case here. Simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Would anyone else like to speak to or against the recommendation? Councillor Whelan.
There is nothing more fundamental than for council and other government bodies than a public transparency policy. Now, I find to bring in a transparency policy, notwithstanding the deadline and notwithstanding that it's prescriptive in some ways through legislation, I find it ludicrous that we could bring in a transparency policy without community consultation and engagement. I can't support that at all. I think we're sort of underestimating the public and their ability to make comment on such a document and to make changes for the betterment of our community. It's ridiculous that we should pass such a policy without consultation, which is a fundamental requirement of this council.
Thank you, Councillor Whelan. Councillor Third.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this, came about because of the change of the Local Government Act. It was quite clear they've done a clean sweep of the Local Government Act requirements. And I think this is what the community, over that period of 2 years, must have been at least 2 years, the community asked for this. This is a part of that acknowledgement that all councils should be transparent. They need to have in place a transparent policy. I mean, that's often the biggest beef, isn't it? People want us to be transparent about our documentation, about our comments and all the paperwork and stuff. So here it is. I mean, it fell out of the new Local Government Act. So I think that we shouldn't be fearful about it. I think this is what the community do want. I think if we knock it back, it looks like, well, we're hiding something that we shouldn't be hiding. It should be front and centre in everything we do. And, in a lot of sense, other organisations should adopt the same kind of principle as being, putting a transparency policy on what the actions that they do and how they conduct their business. So I don't have any problems with it. I think that the normal process of council, given that we'll be looking at probably new council by November, this will be just a part of the development of the review of the local government laws relating to meeting procedure, transparency, governance and all that. As a new sweep for a new council to deal with, and I think that it will be reviewed. And but I think that we've got to just get it in place because that's what people wanted.
Thank you, Councillor Sir. Would anyone else like to speak to or against this recommendation as it reads? Councillor Whelan.
Just briefly, look, I don't disagree with perhaps not as strongly as Councillor Lark put it, but that it's the optics of it not having gone out. Look, fundamentally, it didn't need to because of the nature of the document, but people don't know that until they see it and they read it. But Councillor Lark, you've left me in a difficult position because you had an alternative resolution earlier today that was going to give a review period, and now I don't have that to go with. So I'm not disposed to vote against it, but I was disposed to having it reviewed if in fact we had gone down that path. And look, and that's for the optics. It's not for any other reason than that people feel like they've been consulted. It's been like being consulted on legislation. Usually he's talking with Mr. Or Constable Senior, what is he? Senior Sergeant Kent at that stage. If you want too much negotiation on the legislation, that's where we are. But it's taken through to a policy. It's been done by the lawyers, been taken up by 78 councils around the state, as I understand it. But I would have liked to have gone down that path. But anyway, I'll be supporting him.
Thank you, Councillor Whelan. Councillor Fullerton.
You've promoted him beyond his years for sergeant.
What is he?
Sergeant. Private. Sorry. Look, I forget where I was now. Yeah, what Michael says is true. I was a bit got a bit fuzzy over your amendment that you were looking at, Councillor Lark, but now that it's not there, the bit that I don't get with all of the community, with the anger that seems to be generated by this, I see that nothing's changed, and it's a state government issue. They're the driving force behind it, but it's just that nothing has changed from before. And you know, for those members of the public who have been sending some pretty nasty emails and whatever, you know, my number's there, ring me and just have a chat about it. But yeah, it's obviously stirred a lot of aggression in people, which I sort of don't get that. But anyway, I'm here if you need me.
Thank you, Councillor Fullerton. Would anyone else like to speak to or against this recommendation as it reads? I have on my list that I've had 6 speakers. Anyone else? No. We'll go back to Councillor Rothfield to close or put it to a vote.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just want to respond to what Councillor Fullerton was saying. We actually have had this document out now for, I think, nearly 2 weeks to the public. We have not had one single piece of correspondence about the content of it. What the anger that Councillor Fullerton's talking about is the fact that they generally people hadn't seen the document and it was to be read in conjunction with the draft governance rules. That was what the anger was. But interestingly enough, there has been not a complaint or any feedback on the content of this document. So that's just an interesting observation. I'd also like to support what Councillor Leserve was saying, and that is that the public transparency policy, which was developed by the Victorian government, did actually have amazing amount of public and community feedback and community consultation. So it's not like this hasn't been there, but I think it's great. I think, yes, we've got something as a basis. We have to have had it adopted by the 1st of September. It is, deadlines are difficult. Now we have something to actually work on, and I'm no problem whatsoever going out to the public and having feedback in time to come. But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rothfield. We'll put it to a vote. All in favour of the recommendation as it reads? Councillor Tassari, Fullerton, Laserve, Kent, Rothfield and Whelan, and against Councillor Ellis, Lark and abstain Councillor Brown. Carried. Okay, item number H10, draft governance rules and revised election period. Sorry?
I've asked for a division for that, please.
A division for the H9. All in favour of the recommendation as it reads. Councillors Tassari, Fullerton, Laserve, Kent, Rothfield and Whelan. Against Councillor Ellis and Lark, and abstain Councillor Brown. Item number H10, draft governance rules revised electoral period policy, to be presented by Ms Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The purpose of this report is for Council to consider submissions on the draft governance rules and the revised election period policy. The report also seeks Council endorsement of the governance rules. The level of interest and number of submissions has been significant, and much of the feedback pertained to local government act directives and was not able to be accommodated. However, in response to the 21 submissions received, the main themes were consultation with the Mayor on the agenda and changes to public question time. Also with some commentary on the development of the transparency policy. As a result of the feedback, no changes are proposed to public question time. It's proposed to leave as is, and the Mayor will continue to be consulted on the draft agenda. The report recommends Council adopt the governance rules which incorporate the revised election period policy. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Ms Jones. Can I have somebody move and second that recommendation? Councillor Rothfield eagerly put a hand up, and seconded by Councillor Ellis. Councillor Rothfield.
I didn't quite actually make the mistake. I actually did put the mic on eventually. Okay, so this is our local governance rules. What I find interesting about this is the misunderstanding in our wider community about what this actually is. There's been a heck of a lot of hysteria whipped up because of the word governance in this document. In actual fact, all this is what was formerly called our meeting procedural local law, which was last updated in 2018. It's now called governance rules. And the new document is very, very similar to the previous meeting procedure for councils that we've been operating on. Now, it has been expanded to include meeting procedure for delegated committees and community asset committees. And it also includes disclosure of conflict of interest, and this year it's got the election period policy as well in it. So the draft has gone out to the community. And much as Alison said, I can't remember your last name. Alison just said we have adopted a lot of the feedback that we got from the community and incorporated it in this final draft. What is disappointing is to see that there are those in the community that seem to be delight in whipping up this hysteria with this fanciful nonsense and offensive claims, especially directed at our executive, that seem to just justify their existence or maybe bolster their own self-esteem. I'm not sure what. We have had assertions, we have had emails, and you too, Mr Mayor, I know you have received them as well, that these rules are going to stifle the ability of a councillor to question a council decision or an action or a policy or what have you. It's been repeated a number of times in emails, and it's absolutely absurd. And if anyone knows anything about our councillors and this group here, they would know they would never make such a claim that we wouldn't have a say in what we do. So this, the frenzy that's been whipped up by some of these groups, also it gave rise to some members in our community stating that these rules it could be seen as the start of a dictatorship. Draconian changes to council governance rules. I mean, it was an absolute disgrace what we actually saw, and offensive in some of the remarks, the defamatory remarks made about our council executive. I'll continue later. I'll let other people have a little bit of a say.
Thank you, Councillor Rothfield. Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, Mayor Tazari. I think Ms Jones and the governance crew have done a great job on this. We've done this one the right way round compared to the other item we were just discussing, in that we've actually consulted, we've listened to people. One of the major concerns was that the mayor would be removed from the agenda compilation discussion. We've put that back in there. There's a couple of other things that we've changed in relation to what people have told us. I share people's concerns. I'm glad that people take governance so seriously that they're sending me emails at 10 o'clock at night with detail about where they think we're going wrong. Always happy to listen to what the community tells me, and I think we should vote in favour of what we've come up with, working with the community and Ms Jones and the governance team. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis. Councillor Lott.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think too the governance team have done well in responding to the various submissions, and there have been a number of changes made to the draft governance rules. That said, I do have another amendment which I would like put on screen that I would like to read, please. Okay, so it's relatively short. The council amend proposed governance rules in accordance with certain aspects of community submissions, including amendment of Division 8, Clause 53.5, to remove the words "to those present" and to read, "The chair or a member of council staff nominated by the chair may read at the meeting a question which has been submitted in accordance with this rule." Secondly, deletion of Division 8, Clause 53.6, which reads, "The chair may refrain from reading a question or having a question read if the person who submitted the question is not present in the gallery at the time when the question is due to be read." And thirdly, amendment to Division 8, Clause 53.10 to read, "Questions must be limited to 50 words, inclusive of any preamble and additional information."
Mr Mayor,
Relatively minor.
Sorry.
Yep. I've just got a question with this amendment. I don't see anywhere in this amendment that the recommendation includes that the governance rules are going to be adopted. Is that the intention?
Yes, it is.
So that we will not adopt the governance rules as amended?
No. We will adopt the governance rules as amended pursuant
Well,
to
it
this
doesn't say
amendment.
that. It doesn't actually say that in any way. It doesn't say that we agree to adopt the governance rules.
Well, it's simply addressing particular clauses within the governance rules. It's accepting every other aspect of the recommendation.
It isn't actually, Councillor Lark. It just says that we amend it. It doesn't say that we adopt it.
Well, I'd like to change my amendment then, that council adopt or amend and adopt proposed governance rules in accordance with certain aspects of community submissions, including.
Fine.
So for starters, we'll get the changes made to the amendment.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just experiencing a couple of technical issues getting that up on the screen.
Okay. Plenty of time. We've got hours. Councillor Lark, can I just clarify your wording will be the council adopts the governance rules 2020 or council amends? How would you like to word it? So when we get past that technical issues.
I think Robin is working on the wording. Let it come up on screen firstly.
I'd just like to be sure that Robin is clear on what she's actually, yep.
Can I make a suggestion there that council adopts the governance rules 2020 subject to with the following amendments?
Yep.
Yep, that's fine. You want me to reread that, Mayor, or we're happy with that?
No, we're just, I guess if we just note the change that's just been made, Councillor Lark, if we could. So just your subheading at the top.
Yeah, certainly the council, and thank you, Councillor Rothfield, that council adopts the governance rules 2020 and election period policy 2020 with the following amendments.
I will allow that amendment. Who moved it? Councillor Rothfield and Councillor Ellis. Do I just seek a point of clarification? Do I need to get the acceptance of the mover and the seconder to?
No.
No. Okay. So
But you need
yeah, I will allow that amendment put forward by Councillor Lark. Can I have somebody second that amendment? Councillor Brown. Councillor Lark, you may now speak to your amendment or to the motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tessari. In essence, the changes achieve the following. The chair still has discretion on whether questions are read, for example, to exclude due to inappropriate comment or meeting time constraints. So it doesn't take away the Mayor's discretion in that regard. On most occasions, questions will be read and answers given, whether or not the questioner is in attendance. The previous requirement to be physically in attendance in the gallery at the council meeting for the question to be read is redundant, particularly given live streaming nowadays and its likely continuation. And thirdly, the question is limited to 50 words, but that's been amended to make available inclusivity of any preamble or additional information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lark. Councillor Brown. And if I could just ask for that to be taken down off the screen now, please, Ms. Worley. So I can see everyone. Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't wish to speak to the amendment.
You don't wish to speak to it. Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to or against the motion? Councillor Rothfield.
Well, I'd support the amendment. There's nothing wrong with the suggestions that Councillor Lark has made, and I think they enhance what we already have.
Thank you, Councillor Rothfield. Councillor Ellis.
I support the amendment too. I just question the 50-word limit like that. I know we need to be concise, but that's not a lot of words if you're going to include a preamble, get more information in your actual question.
Thank you, You're a wordsmith, Councillor Ellis. I'm sure you'd do it. Would anyone else like to speak to or against the motion?
Mr. Mayor, can I say clarification? Can I say clarification? Are we dealing with the whole motion now?
Yes, that is now the amendment is now the motion.
Well, it's
okay.
wrong.
I would like to speak to it, please.
You would like to speak to it?
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you. I've recently come to the view that the Governance Rules 2020 do not ensure transparency for residents and ratepayers.
We're only
Specifically,
dealing with the amendment. We're not dealing with the actual
No.
motion. We have not
Sorry.
voted on the.
sorry, I've just had from the chair say that we're now dealing with the full motion.
We are dealing with the amendment. We have not had a vote on the amendment, whether it's
Well,
rolled
that is-
into the motion.
Mr. Chair,
Hang
you've
on,
just said
hang on.
that we're-
Yep. I'd rather not
Mr.
cause
Chair?
simplicity. Ms. Borley, can I seek clarification? We're still to vote on the amendment. It's not now that it isn't.
We haven't had a
forming
vote.
motion at the moment.
So, Mr. Mayor, we are still dealing with the amendment.
Apologies, Councillor Brown. We're dealing with the amendment and it's not the motion at the moment. Apologies for the misguidance. Councillor Ellis?
Point of order, Mayor Tazari. The amendment includes passing the motion. So I think, in fact, we are talking about the motion
No, it
because the
doesn't.
amendment includes passing it.
It doesn't. We've got to agree that the amendment is going to be accepted and then it's rolled into the motion. It's the amendment we're dealing with.
I've just thought clarification from Ms. Borley, and I'm happy to stick by my decision that we're dealing with the amendment at the moment.
Thank you.
Move that the motion be put.
Happy to move that the motion be put. All in favour of the amendment as it reads.
Oh, well,
Councillor Fasari, Ellis, Lark, Fullerton, Laserve, Kent, Rothfield, Brown and Whelan.
Now we've got the
That's
motion.
carried. Now we deal with the amendment now becomes part of the motion. So we now deal with the motion. That's correct? Okay, now where do we stand with who's spoken and who hasn't spoken? Robert, if I could ask Ms. Borley, where do we stand with who has spoken and who hasn't spoken? Because at the moment on the original motion, we had Councillor Rothfield who moved it, Councillor Ellis who seconded it, and Councillor Lark spoke to the original motion. Where do I stand now?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. So it would be available to the other councillors to speak to it, and then to the mover and the mover to sum up.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brown, I believe you wanted to speak to the motion.
I did, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I've recently come to the view that the Governance Rules 2020 do not ensure transparency for residents and ratepayers. Specifically, they allow councillors to vote in open ordinary meetings without residents knowing what is being voted on. This happens under the existing meeting procedures and will most likely continue under the new 2020 rules. The governance rules therefore are flawed. I believe in the simple proposition that if councillors put their hand up to vote on an issue in an ordinary meeting, residents have a right to know what is being voted on. I know that many residents understand and agree with this very basic principle. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Brown. Would anyone else like to speak to or against? Councillor Kent.
Thank you for that, Mayor. I was pretty disappointed with Councillor Ellis not taking the opportunity about Western Port having the largest amount of what we used to call the 86 committees. I've had feedback from the community that there is a lot of apprehension within the new community asset committees in regards to their duties and everything that they have to do within that community group. I want to put them rest assured we have received sort of information from the council that they will be fully briefed and educated in their duties, future duties. And my expectation hopefully would be this will be a personal education after we get through this COVID, but they won't be left high and dry. So just letting you know, Western Port does have the largest amount of those committees. Thank you, Jeff. Bye.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Would anyone else like to speak to or against this recommendation? Or this motion, I should say. No. Back to you, Councillor Rothfield, to close and put it to a vote.
Well, I think we've had a long enough on this, and I just commend the adoption of these rules as amended. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rothfield. Put it to a vote. All in favour of the motion, amended motion as it reads. Councillor Tassari, Ellis, Lark, Fullerton, Laserve, Kent, Rothfield and Whelan, and against? Councillor Brown. Carried. Okay, item number H11, local laws, use of common seal, to present Ms Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The Local Government Act show is rolling on. The purpose of this report is to present the draft Administrative Procedures Local Law 2020 to Council for consideration following exhibition. Council released the draft in July and received one submission. The submission is outlined on page 109 of the agenda. The use of common seal is a requirement. It needs to be adopted by the 1st of September under the new Local Government Act, and also revoke our previous meeting procedure Local Law 2018. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Ms Jones. You started strongly and went downhill real quickly then with your voice. If I could have somebody move and second this recommendation, Councillor Rothfield, and seconded, looking, Councillor Ellis. Councillor Rothfield.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. So this is H11, and I might as well say H11, H12, H13, H14, H15 are all going to be very similar. They are all issues that have been born from the new Local Government Act. And as Ms Jones said, we're forced to bring these into line with the new Act. So they're basically procedural things, and this is just one that involves our use of the whatever it is. I forgot.
Penguin.
Penguin seals and that, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Rothfield. Councillor Ellis.
I totally agree with Councillor Rothfield's comments about the use of the council seal. And also I'll just point out that we did the right thing again here. We put it out for consultation. We got one submitted. We've listened to their concerns. We've addressed their concerns, and I endorse what we're going to do.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis. Councillor Lark.
Thank you, Chair. I simply wanted to reiterate that it's important for our community to understand that in circumstances where we get back to meetings face to face in the council chamber, which may or may not happen, that our community understands that a potential 5 penalty points or $825 may be imposed for improper or disorderly conduct on any person attending a council meeting. So I think it's important. I know that it's very unlikely that a disorderly situation would arise, but I think it's important that our community understand that there are significant penalties if such an occasion does arise. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lark. Would anyone else like to speak to or against this recommendation? No? Councillor Rothfield, would you like to close or put it to a vote?
Yep, vote.
Put it to a vote. All in favour of the recommendation as it reads. Councillor Tassari, Ellis, Lark, Fullerton, Laserve, Kent, Rothfield, Brown and Whelan. Carried. Item number H12, Audit and Risk Committee. Ms Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This report seeks council approval to establish an Audit and Risk Committee and adopt the Audit and Risk Charter 2020. The report is before council as under the new Local Government Act, council needs to revoke its current charter, dissolve its committee, adopt a new charter and endorse membership structure. The report recommends council reappoints the 3 current independent members. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Ms Jones. Can I have somebody move and second the recommendation? Have I lost someone? I've lost Councillor Laserve, have I?
Yep.
She's left the meeting? Okay. She's gone for a run. All right, so can I have somebody move in second? Councillor Whelan, you want to move? And second, Councillor Rothfield. Councillor Whelan.
Not sure how that happened. I thought Councillor Rothfield was moving it, but do you mind?
No, not in the
Okay.
slightest.
Look,
By the way, Claire is there. She's
yeah.
just got a camera off.
Yeah, we know that. I think she's treated has left the meeting. So, okay, look, I was hoping to back Councillor Rothfield up on this, but she's been a stalwart of this committee for a few years as mayor and then subsequently has carried on. And she's getting an early leave pass, which I think is significant. Look, it's a good committee. I had a few issues with the charter, but they're being dealt with. And it's something as a good committee, it'll have its own input. And I think they've been addressed by the governance officer anyway. So this is procedural, and I think we can move on.
Thank you, Councillor Whelan. Councillor Rothfield.
Yeah, nothing more to add. It's procedural and yeah, good committee. It's a good committee moving forward, and good luck, guys.
Thank you, Councillor Rothfield. Would anyone else like to speak to or against the recommendation? No. Councillor Whelan, would you like to put it to a vote?
Yeah.
Okay, put it to a vote. All in favour of the recommendation as it reads. Councillor Tassari, Alice, Lark, Fullerton, Laserve, Kent, Rothfield, Brown and Whelan. Carried. Item number H13, review of instrument of delegation to be presented by Miss Jones, who's now having a starring role.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of this report is to seek council adoption of instrument of delegation from council to our CEO and to revoke the previously adopted instrument. Adopting the Chief Executive Officer's delegations will ensure that they're updated and they reflect the changes and requirements that relate to the new Local Government Act 2020. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ms Jones. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this recommendation, please? Councillor Rothfield and Councillor Whelan. Councillor Rothfield.
I don't know if Councillor Whelan intentionally just goes a bit slow or what.
It's a Coglan Road thing.
So yeah, no, again, another procedural motion, and I absolutely am delighted to support this, and I am have so much faith in our CEO. She's done a wonderful job, is loved by the community at large. I hear it all the time, and is so approachable. So yeah, no, very happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Rothfield. Councillor Whelan.
Here is all I got to say.
Thank you, Councillor Whelan. Councillor Lark.
As flagged at a recent council meeting, I didn't agree with the CEO being allocated a $1 million discretion for procurement. So I can't support conditions and limitations 1.1 and 1.2 where that's reinforced. So I'll be voting against the motion. It's not personal, it's just that I think any CEO should be more accountable in relation to procurement at a lower level.
Thank you, Councillor Lark, and congratulations, Councillor Lark. So far, you're perfect with turning the mic on and off. So well done on that. Would anyone else like to speak to or against this recommendation? No? Councillor Rothfield, would you like to put it to a vote?
I'd just like to cover one thing there. There's no question about accountability. It doesn't matter what level of expenditure that our CEO has, she is totally accountable for it. This just makes the whole business of governance government move a little bit faster, that we get complaints about all the time about stodgy local government and how slow it is. This just helps smooth it out. So there's no question about accountability. I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rothfield. Put it to a vote. All in favour of the recommendation as it reads. Councillor Tassari, Alice, Fullerton, Laserve, Kent, Rothfield, Brown and Whelan, and against and abstain against. Councillor Lark. Carried.
And a division, thank you.
Did you speak before you put your mic on then, Councillor Lark?
No, not at all.
Okay, your lips were moving. So, all in favour, division's been asked. All in favour of the recommendation as it reads. Councillor Tassari, Alice, Fullerton, Laserve, Kent, Rothfield, and Brown and Whelan, and against. Councillor Lark. Carried. Item number H14, review of instrument of delegation, to be presented by Ms Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As with the previous report, requirement of the new Local Government Act, but this is the instrument of delegation from council to council staff in terms of certain positions. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Ms Jones. Can I have somebody move and second this recommendation? Councillor Rothfield and Councillor Kent. Councillor Rothfield.
I should have waited and let Bruce get up there first. Okay, another procedural motion, and we see these all the time because they're pertinent to the actual people that are granted the instrument of delegation. So that's it, nothing else.
Thank you, Councillor Rothfield. Councillor Kent.
There's again just a revoke and adopt. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Would anyone else like to speak to or against this recommendation? Councillor Lark.
Just a point of clarification in open council that I'm seeking from Ms Borley, that or from governance, that where there is a blank and no delegate, that means that it defaults to council, because there are many blanks. I just wanted to confirm that is the situation.
Ms Borley, if you can clarify that.
Through you, Mr Mayor, where the delegate position has been left blank, the authority remains with council.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms Borley. Thank you, Councillor Lark. Is there any more, Councillor Lark? No? Okay. Anyone else like to speak to or against the recommendation? No? Councillor Rothfield, would you like to close or put it to a vote? Put it to a vote. All in favour of the recommendation as it reads: Councillor Tassari, Alice, Lark, Fullerton, Laserve, Kent, Rothfield, yes, Brown and Whelan. Carried. Item number H15, as we've ticked over 4 hours, I might add. Item number H15, instrument of appointment of authorisation, to be presented by Ms Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A procedural report under the Planning Environment Act 1987. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
That was very flat, Ms Jones, I might add. Very flat. Lucky it was your last one. Okay, if I could have a mover and a seconder for that recommendation, please. Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Rothfield. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering how slow I could be. This is a very simple one. We've got to authorise the people, not the position, and it's a procedural. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Rothfield?
Nothing more to add. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rothfield. Anyone else like to speak to or against this recommendation? No? Councillor Kent, put it to a vote. All in favour of the recommendation as it reads: Councillor Tassari, Alice, Lark, Fullerton, Laserve, Kent, Rothfield, Brown and Whelan. Carried. Item number H16, award of tender number 20009, to be presented by Mr Phil Malta, who has been waiting for 4 hours for this.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The purpose of this report is to award an annual supply contract to Fulton Hogan for the supply of bituminous surfacing and used for roadworks. Council received 2 tenders for this contract, and the tender evaluation panel concluded that the preferred supplier, Fulton Hogan, will satisfy the requirement of the service and provide council with best value for money. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Phil Mulder. Certainly worth the wait. Could I have somebody move and second? Councillor Fullerton, you want to move and second? Councillor Kent. Councillor Fullerton.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to move this. It's a continuation of the contract with this company that I understand from the council's management that they've performed very well. So I'm happy to move the continuation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fullerton, for your contribution. Councillor Kent.
I understand there's been a slight increase each year. I believe it was around about 3%, which I personally find reasonable, and I believe that we've got a little bit of space there to maybe look at some extra work too, possibly. So yes, fully supported.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Can I have, would anyone else like to speak to or against this recommendation? No? Councillor Fullerton, would you like to close or put it to a vote?
Happy to put it to a vote.
Thank you. All in favour of the recommendation as it reads: Councillor Tassari, Alice, Lark, Fullerton, Laserve, Kent, Rothfield and Whelan, and against? Councillor Brown. Carried. Item number H17, award of tender number 20011 to be presented by Mr. Phil Malta.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of this report is to award an annual supply contract for quarry and road making materials. Council received 2 tenders for this schedule of rates contract, and the tender evaluation panel have recommended Council award the tender to Holston, whose submission provided the best value for the following reasons: a certified integrated management system, competitive prices for the schedule of rates contract, demonstrated commitment to low carbon construction, and extensive related experience. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Phil Malta. Can I have somebody move and second this recommendation as it reads? Councillor Fullerton, and seconded Councillor Ellis. Councillor Fullerton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an essential part of our works that these supplies are made. It's all good to have a multinational company or a very large company involved less locally, but we need to point out that they have taken over the local quarries. So there are local people involved and whatever, so I'm happy to move that.
Thank you, Councillor Fullerton. Councillor Ellis.
Nothing more to add. Councillor Fullerton's covered it.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis. Would anyone else like to speak to or against the recommendation? No? Councillor Fullerton, would you like to close or put it to a vote?
I'd love it to be put to a vote.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fullerton. Let's put it to a vote. All in favour of the recommendation as it reads. Councillor Tassari, Ellis, Clark, Fullerton, Laserve, Kent, Rothfield, Brown and Whelan. Carried. That brings us to the end of items needing decision of council. We're up to now the statutory reports. Can I request the councillor move a motion to that the agenda items I1 to I4 be considered as a block? Councillor Fullerton, and seconded Councillor Ellis. Hang on, I've just got to catch up my paperwork. We'll put it to a vote. All in favour of Councillor Tassari, Ellis, Clark, Fullerton, Laserve, Kent, Rothfield, Brown and Whelan. Carried. Can I now ask if any councillors wish to discuss any items in the report? No? I now request the councillor to move and second that the recommendations attached in agenda items I1 to I4 be adopted. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Rothfield, seconded Councillor Ellis. All in favour of Councillor Tassari, Ellis, Lark, Fullerton, Laserve, Kent, Rothfield, Brown and Whelan. Carried. Urgent business. Is there any urgent business? I have none on my list. No? Okay, that, I believe, brings us to the end of our meeting. Before I make any final announcements, I would just like to let everybody know that I saw notification. It's been a long day. Notification that elections will go ahead in October. So try and get the smile off Councillor Rothfield's face. So the next meeting on the 16th of September will be this council's final meeting. Okay, so everybody in the virtual world, if you would like to see the final meeting of this council, it's the 16th of September. Oh, we've got an October meeting. Sorry, I was getting ahead of myself. Okay, so council continues to monitor and implement the COVID-19 pandemic response and restrictions set out by the state and federal governments. We will continue to keep our community connection sessions on pause for the coming months. The next ordinary council meeting will be held virtually on the 16th of September 2020, and it's not our last, commencing at 1:00 p.m. It will be open to public via live stream. I thank you all for watching. I'll be interested to find out, if you could contact me, who has watched the whole lot from start to finish. I want to see how many of you brave souls are out there, but thank you all. There was a lot to get through. Hope you enjoyed it, and I now declare this meeting closed. We could just pause and wait for our live stream to end. Smile for the camera. Look up, Bruce. Smile, Les. Come on. You were perfect today, Les. Not once did you mess up with your mic, although I did see your lips move at one stage.